हेलो 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 चेक 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 ठीक है।
कार्ड बता देना फार भी करना है कि नहीं। ठीक
सुप्रभात। आज यहाँ पधारे हुए सभी सम्मानित अधिकारीगण, सभी आमंत्रित अतिथिगण और इंडस्ट्रीज के सभी प्रतिनिधिगण, आप सबका मैं स्वर्णास्थाना टीआई निदेशालय आदेशो की ओर से सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूँ, स्वागत करती हूँ, वंदन करती हूँ। कुछ ही समय में हमारे माननीय महानिदेशक महोदय का पदार्पण होने वाला है और इसी के साथ हमारा आज का कार्यक्रम आप सभी से एक अनुरोध और है कि जैसे ही डीजी साहब आएंगे कृपया आप लोग अपना मोबाइल फोन साइलेंट मोड पे रख लीजिएगा ताकि किसी प्रकार का व्यवधान ना हो। धन्यवाद।
तो जाने वहाँ वाला कन्फर्म नहीं हुआ था क्या?
दिल्ली वाला उनको बता दिया तो वो कह रहे थे इस बार वाला छोड़ दिया, फिर अगली बार से जो मीटिंग में हुई उनके 7-8 काम रहते यार दिल्ली में
रात पकड़िए ना
वही लगे हैं।
requested to please come forward. Please occupy the seats in front. नमस्कार। ज्ञान तब सार्थक होता है जब वह नवाचार का मार्ग प्रशस्त करे, और नवाचार तब सफल होता है जब वह राष्ट्र निर्माण का आधार बने। आरडीएसओ के ट्रैक्शन इंस्टॉलेशन डायरेक्टरेट द्वारा आयोजित वेंडर मीट 2026 में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन। It is indeed a matter of great pride and privilege to welcome all distinguished dignitaries, senior officers of Indian Railways, representatives from Railway Board, DFCCIL, DMRC, NCRTC, our valued industrial partners, approved vendors, aspiring manufacturers, and all delegates present here today. आज का यह सम्मेलन एक वेंडर मीट ही नहीं बल्कि एक ऐसा मंच है जहां एक्सपीरियंस मीट्स इनोवेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी मीट्स रिलायबिलिटी एंड कोलैबोरेशन क्रिएट्स द फ्यूचर। बस कुछ ही समय में कार्यक्रम स्टार्ट होने वाला है। डीजी सर प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन करने के बाद ऑडिटोरियम में आएंगे। आप सभी से एक बार फिर से रिक्वेस्ट है कि अपना फोन साइलेंट मोड में कर लें।
और माननीय महानिदेशक महोदय जी का शुभागमन हो चुका है और कृपया जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत कर दें। प्रेक्षागृह को एक नई ऊर्जा से भर दीजिए। उन्हीं के साथ साथ मैं एक बार फिर माननीय महानिदेशक महोदय जी का, माननीय अपर महानिदेशक महोदय जी का, प्रधान कार्यकारी निदेशक ट्रैक्शन इंस्टॉलेशन एवं अन्य प्रधान कार्यकारी निदेशकों, उच्च अधिकारियों और आप सभी डेलीगेट्स और सभी जनों का एक बार फिर हार्दिक अभिनंदन, वंदन। किसी को शैली उसने किसी को मात दे दी है, विधाता ने सभी को कुछ न कुछ बात दे दी है। आपको जीवन में सफलताओं का ऊंचा आसमान दे दिया जिसने, उसी ने इस अवसर पर मुझे आपके अभिनंदन की सौगात दे दी है, मुझे आपके अभिनंदन की सौगात दे दी है। हमारे संस्कृति की जड़ें बहुत गहरी हैं। ये संदेश देती हैं, ये कहती हैं अतिथि देवो भव। तो हम अपने अतिथियों का स्वागत हमारे अधिकार में भी है और हमारे लिए गौरव का विषय भी। तो मैं सौभाग्य को मैं बढ़ाना चाहूंगी मेरे साथी शशांक श्रीवास्तव जी के साथ। शशांक जी कृपया आए, आपसे आग्रह है कि आप हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथियों के स्वागत में भागीदार बने।
धन्यवाद सोना जी। अब हम अतिथियों के स्वागत के क्रम में आगे बढ़ते हैं। नेतृत्व वही जो केवल न दिशा दिखाए बल्कि नई संभावनाओं का भी मार्ग प्रशस्त करे। तो ऐसे नेतृत्व के स्वागत के लिए आज हमने पुष्पगुच्छ के स्थान पर ग्रीन प्लांटर्स का चयन किया है। तो सबसे पहले मैं अनुरोध करता हूं पीडीटीआई महोदय से कि सर माननीय महानिदेशक आरडीएसओ सर का स्वागत प्लांटर देके करें। ये केवल स्वागत का प्रतीक ही नहीं बल्कि ग्रीन रेलवे, ग्रीन इंडिया, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के प्रति हमारी सामूहिक प्रतिबद्धता का संदेश है। धन्यवाद सर। इसी क्रम में मैं डायरेक्टर टीआई 3 श्री जितेंद्र कुमार सर से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे अपर महानिदेशक महोदय का प्लांटर देकर स्वागत करें। एक पौधा प्रकृति के प्रति सम्मान का प्रतीक है। एक पौधा भविष्य के प्रति हमारी जिम्मेदारियों का प्रतीक है। एक पौधा विकास, समृद्धि और सतत प्रगति का संदेश है। इसी क्रम में पुनः पीडी सर से अनुरोध है कि पीडी सर फॉर्मर जेएन लाल सर, जो फॉर्मर टीआई के पीडी थे, सर का वेलकम करें। पौधे प्रतीक हैं प्रकृति की जीवंतता का और निरंतर प्रगति का। हमारी शुभकामनाएं आपको प्रगति के पथ पर सदैव अग्रसरित करें और आपकी उपस्थिति मात्र से ही वातावरण जीवंत हो जाए और पुष्प की तरह सुगंधित हो। अब इसी क्रम में पुनः अनुरोध है जितेंद्र कुमार सर से कि श्री गजेंद्र कुमार सर, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर गति शक्ति रेलवे बोर्ड का स्वागत प्लांटर देके करें। श्री जितेंद्र सर। धन्यवाद सर। In the same sequence, it is requested to Director TI Sri Gaurang Gupta sir to welcome Sri Ranvijay sir, GGM Electrical DFCCIL. Thank you sir. Sri Kaushal Kishore sir, Director TI 4. It is requested to welcome Sri A.K. Rastogi sir, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. Sri Gaurang Gupta sir, Director TI is again requested to welcome Sri D.S. Parmar sir, General Manager Electrical NCRTC. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our distinguished dignitaries with a big round of applause. We are especially delighted to welcome our today's speakers from various industries whose continued innovation and technological excellence play a vital role in strengthening the railway electrification ecosystem. A warm welcome to the representative from the leading organizations including Messrs. Delta Electronics India Private Limited Bangalore, Messrs. E-Plane Chennai, Messrs. Monstafar Private Limited Nasik, Messrs. Modern Insulators Private Limited, Messrs. Fulltoss Limited Patna, Messrs. Apnatech Solutions Limited Delhi, along with all participating firms, approved vendors, and aspiring manufacturers and technology solution providers.
साथियों, ये प्रेक्षागृह साक्षी रहा है अनेक कार्यक्रमों का, कई मनोरंजक कार्यक्रमों का तो कभी ज्ञानवर्धक कार्यक्रमों का, लेकिन कोई भी कार्यक्रम हो उसका सहयोग योगदान निस्संदेह हमारे रेल परिवार के हित में होता है। और आज एक बार फिर ये प्रेक्षागृह साक्षी बनने जा रहा है एक बहुत ही ज्ञानवर्धक और उपयोगी हमारी वेंडर मीट का, जिसका आयोजन हमारे ट्रैक्शन निदेशालय द्वारा किया जा रहा है। मित्रों, हमारी संस्कृति की एक और विशेषता है कि शुभ कार्यों में हम पहले मां का आराधन करते हैं, दीप प्रज्वलन करते हैं, ज्योति आराधन करते हैं। तो आइए गणपति गजानन के चरणों में वंदन करते हुए आज के कार्यक्रम का श्री गणेश करते हैं दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ। इसके लिए मैं सादर विनम्रता पूर्वक माननीय महानिदेशक महोदय जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि कृपया दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए मंच तक आने का कष्ट करें। साथ ही मैं माननीय अपर महानिदेशक सर, माननीय प्रधान कार्यकारी निदेशक टीआई सर, श्री जे.एन. लाल सर, श्री गजेंद्र कुमार सर, श्री रणविजय सर, श्री ए.के. रस्तोगी सर एवं श्री डी.एस. परमार सर, आप सब से ही दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए मंच तक आने का सादर अनुरोध करती हूँ। कृपया दीप प्रज्वलन के बाद सामने माँ सरस्वती के चित्र पर माल्यार्पण भी कर दें कर देंगे। डीजी सर से ऐसा अनुरोध है और अन्य लोगों से अनुरोध है कि वे पुष्पांजलि कर अपने श्रद्धा सुमन उन्हें अर्पित करेंगे। दीप प्रज्वलन हो चुका है कि मानो संदेश देता है, अस्तो मां सद्गमय, तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय, मृत्यो मां अमृतम गमय। असत से सत्य की ओर चलो, अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर चलो, मृत्यु से अमरता की ओर चलो। इस पावन ज्योति में हमारा अज्ञान, अवसाद, अहंकार, निराशा सब भस्मित भूत होकर हमें ज्ञान की, परस्पर स्नेह और सहयोग की दिव्य चेतना की हमें प्राप्ति हो। मानव दीप संदेश देता है, कितना घना हो चाहे अंधेरा, एक दीप से डरता रहा है। हारा नहीं जो अब तक तमस से हर जलजले में जलता रहा है। कहता है वो सूरज से आंखें मिलाकर, अगर थक गए तो राह में मैं हूं। चीरों में सीना असत का है, तमस मैं अभी राह में हूं। तो दीप प्रज्वलन हो चुका है इसी संदेश के साथ। और अब मां सरस्वती का भी हम वंदन कर लें, जो विद्या की, बुद्धि की अधिष्ठात्री है। मनुष्य भी एक सामान्य प्राणी है जी, अन्य जीव जंतुओं के समान, लेकिन वो सर्वश्रेष्ठ राजकुमार है ईश्वर का। क्यों? क्योंकि उसकी बुद्धि, उसकी चेतना स्तर उसको अन्य जीवों से श्रेष्ठ बनाती है, महान बनाती है। तो जो तत्व हमको अन्य लोगों से श्रेष्ठ बनाता है, निस्संदेह हम उनका आशीर्वाद लें, उनका आह्वान करें। आप सब भी नीचे अपने ही स्थान पर बैठे बैठे मां को श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित कर सकते हैं, उनका वंदन कर सकते हैं और उनका आशीर्वाद आप सबको भी प्राप्त होगा, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आप सबसे आग्रह है कि कृपया नीचे, मंच के नीचे जो आपके निर्धारित स्थान है, कृपया उन्हें ग्रहण करें ताकि हमारा कार्यक्रम आगे की ओर बढ़ सके। और इसके साथ ही अब हमारे बीच प्रारंभ होने जा रहा है, जिसके लिए हम सब यहाँ एकत्रित हुए हैं एक महान उद्देश्य के साथ, हमारा टेक्निकल सेशन। डॉक्टर सैमुअल ने कहा था कि भविष्य को वर्तमान के द्वारा खरीदा जा सकता है। तो भविष्य को सुंदर व सशक्त बनाने के लिए रेलवे इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन की दिशा में वर्तमान में क्या प्रयास चल रहे हैं, ये जानने का सुनहरा मौका है हमारे पास, जब हमारे बीच गणमान्य सुधीजन उपस्थित हैं। और इसी क्रम में मैं सादर आमंत्रित करती हूँ ईडी गतिशक्ति रेलवे बोर्ड श्री गजेंद्र कुमार सर को। क्षमा कीजिएगा, इससे पहले कि हम आगे बढ़े, मैं शशांक जी से आग्रह करूंगी कि आगे के कार्यक्रम की घोषणा करें।
धन्यवाद मैडम। दृष्टि जब अभिनव अनुभव से जुड़ती है तो परिवर्तन की स्वयं दिशा बन जाती है। तो इसी क्रम में मैं अनुरोध करूंगा, दीप प्रज्वलन के कार्यक्रम में शुभारंभ हो चुका है, लेकिन अब मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं कि उस व्यक्तित्व को जिसने ट्रैक्शन निदेशालय निरंतर नवाचार, मानकीकरण एवं तकनीकी उत्कृष्टता के दिशा में अग्रसर किया है। It is my privilege to invite PED Traction Installation Sir to deliver welcome speech and present an overview of the directorate. Sir, podium is yours, please.
Thank you. Good morning all. Respected Shri Dhansana Sir, Director RDSO, respected ADG Sir, our valued industry partners, today's guest speakers, Shri Jayanlal Saab, ex-PDTI, Shri Gajen Kumar Singh, ED Gati Shakti, Shri A.K. Rastogi, Delhi Metro, Shri Ranvijay Singh, GGM Electrical, DFCCIL, Shri D.S. Parmar, GGM Electrical, NCRTC, senior officers of RDSO, colleague officers, ladies and gentlemen. This is my privilege to extend my warm welcome to each one of you in this meet organized by TI Directorate of RDSO. Ladies and gentlemen, the Traction Installation Directorate is one of the key technical directorates of RDSO, interested with standardization, specification development, inspection, testing, vendor approval, and to bring continued technological upgradation to meet the demand of safe and reliable TRD infrastructure. Today, as the demand for transportation has increased, our challenges for delivery of a robust and reliable TRD infrastructure with least downtime has increased. Expectations are not only for a reliable system, but it should be an upgradable to increase speed and increase demand of lower deployments. As this requires meticulous planning at RDSO and railroad level and execution and implementation at the field level, it is not possible without the support of our valued industry partners. At present, the Traction Installation Directorate deals with about 84 items comprising of about more than 400 sub-items related to OHE and PSI. These products cover with virtually every item of TRD infrastructure from a small swivel tube pin to 100 MVA capacity of escort transformers. And a simple CLS panel changeover switch to the most advanced technology of PORS quality restorer. A simple live line OHE measuring system to AI-based drone technology-based system. The opportunity available to industries are therefore immense. Our product portfolio covers an extensive range of equipments. For the interest of new industry partners, the TRD system, which is the area of control under TI Directorate of RDSO, is basically has two parts. One part is the power system, power supply system, and another part is the OHE system, which is actually the distribution system. As far as the power supply system is concerned, a major portion of development of basic infrastructure has already been progressed and almost in the completion stage at the RDSO level, and is now at the stage of making it smart with introduction of new technologies by equipping it with advanced technologies like AFL, power quality restorers, and smart TSS, which our TI Directorate is committed to complete in a targeted manner. I would like to mention here that as compared to other power utilities, the power protection and remote control system used in our Indian Railways for both 25 kV and 225 kV system are with much stringent specifications with superior testing requirements. A major area of work and input required is the second part, which is overhead equipment. As we have seen in the display outside, though the RDSO has been in process of upgrading various components of OHE, the pace has been very slow. We have developed copper-silver contact wires, which has got higher working temperature and will help us increase the capacity. Another important development we undertook is copper magnesium catenary wire, which virtually eliminates all the issues related to the cadmium copper. And in fact, when we talk with the vendors, copper catenary manufacturers, it is a nightmare for them to manufacture a successful standard as per the requirement of catenary or cadmium catenary. Proliferation of these new developments are very slow because many reasons. One of the reasons is the non-availability of raw material and limited sources. We are in the process of development of multi-purpose PG clamps and 4 color socket in place of ending cones and the conventional PG clamps, which are very failure cones due to the contact distance and at high temperatures, because the load has increased. With increased current, the temperature conditions are such that it leads to the failure of contact catenary wires. Some of the items such as noodle section assemblies, for which we are depending on mostly on the foreign vendors. Now I am happy to see our local vendors also to come up with short and noodle section assemblies, which will be a commendable achievement of our Indian partners, and we feel proud of them. Another most important area of concern is implementation of various technologies for OHE parameter measurements and its condition monitoring, without wasting the line capacity for the traffic movement. In this connection, one of the projects under progress is, which we are very much in hope, that AI-based drone technology and AI-based loco-mounted health monitoring system. The overview of which will be presented by 2 of our partners. And we badly need the support from our industry partners to achieve and reach this endeavor. Thus, we need to prepare ourselves to match with the requirement of future demand for development and maintenance of high-density freight corridors, semi-high-speed rail and high-speed rail networks indigenously. The Traction Installation Directorate remains committed to supporting our industry partners to come up with more improved specifications, robust testing procedures and facilities. Now, without much ado, I would like to introduce you to Sri Jayanlal, ex-PDTI, who has contributed to TRD system immensely, and he will be remembered as one of the pioneers of development of the modern TRD system. We have with us Sri Gajan Singh, PD Gati Shakti, who has consented to be present in this occasion. We will be enlightened with the Railway Board's perspective and Railway Board's future plan for development of TRD system. We thank for his presence. To give the perspective of running the most modern railway system in India and share the available knowledge, we have with us Sri A.K. Rastogi, Delhi Metro, Sri Ranvijay Singh, GGM Electrical, DFCCIL, and Sri D.S. Parmar, GGM Electrical, and CRTC. We will be hearing from our industry partners on key issues and get knowledge of their products and their knowledge. AI-based drone technology, power quality restorers, advancement in OHE fittings, porcelain insulators, OHE maintenance vehicles, and laser-based geometry measurement of OHE system. I am confident that today's vendors meet will be fruitful and help us build a stronger team in partnership with industry partners to achieve new goals as expected from us and serve this great nation proudly. Before I conclude, I sincerely thank my DG RDSO for his guidance. Without his guidance and support, this vendors meet would not have been possible. Thank you, and so thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। श्रेष्ठ नेतृत्व केवल वर्तमान का संचालन नहीं करता, बल्कि भविष्य का निर्माण भी करता है। नाउ मे आई रिक्वेस्ट the Honorable Additional Director General ADG sir to address the gathering. Sir, please.
परम आदरणीय माननीय महानिदेशक महोदय श्री प्रभास दंसाना जी, प्रिंसिपल एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर टीआई श्री डीबी सिंह जी, डीएफसी श्री जयन लाल जी, एक्स पीडी टीआई श्री जितेंद्र जी, ईडी गतिशक्ति रेलवे बोर्ड, डीएफसी सीआईएल, डीएमआरसी, एनसीआरटीसी, यूपीएमआरटीसी और एनएचएसआरसीएल से कोई है? अच्छा, कोई बात नहीं। उन सबसे पधारे विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, रेलवे बोर्ड, आरडीएसओ के अन्य माननीय प्रिंसिपल एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर महोदय, सीईओ साहब, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर और हमारे सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, इंडस्ट्री और टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनर्स, स्टार्टअप्स और एमएसएमई के पधारे हुए इतने सारे प्रतिनिधिगण, आप सभी को वेरी वेरी हैप्पी एंड गुड मॉर्निंग, शुभ प्रभात। आरडीएसओ का जो ये ट्रैक्शन इंस्टॉलेशन डायरेक्टरेट का ये जो वेंडर मीट आयोजित की गई है, इसका हिस्सा बनना मेरे लिए अत्यंत गर्व और खुशी की बात है। मैं टीआई डायरेक्टरेट को बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने रेल सेक्टर के इतने डाइवर्स स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक मंच पर एकत्रित किया है। मैं इस अवसर पर विशेष रूप से हमारे माननीय महानिदेशक श्री प्रभास दंसाना जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि जिनके विजनरी लीडरशिप, निरंतर प्रोत्साहन और मार्गदर्शन से यह आयोजन संभव हो पाया है। उनका सदैव ये विश्वास रहा है कि रेलवे और इंडस्ट्री जब एक परिवार की तरह एक टीम स्पिरिट के साथ मिलकर में काम करते रहेंगे, तभी ट्रस्ट और ग्रोथ का सच्चा वातावरण बनेगा। आज का ये आयोजन उसी सोच का जीवंत प्रमाण है। इंडस्ट्री प्रतिनिधियों की ये उत्साहपूर्ण भागीदारी साफ दर्शाती है। आई कैन फील द पल्स कि आरडीएसओ के वेंडर डेवलपमेंट इकोसिस्टम में आपका विश्वास लगातार बढ़ रहा है और हम सब एक मजबूत, भरोसेमंद और तकनीकी रूप से आधुनिक ट्रैक्शन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। जैसा हमने अभी सुना कि ट्रैक्शन इंस्टॉलेशन डायरेक्टरेट रेलवे इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन से जुड़े प्रोडक्ट्स की बहुत बड़ी रेंज के लिए जिम्मेदार है, जैसे ट्रैक्शन सब स्टेशन से पावर सप्लाई इक्विपमेंट तक, प्रोटेक्शन सिस्टम, ओवरहेड इक्विपमेंट और मॉडर्न डिजिटल कंट्रोल सिस्टम तक। इन प्रोडक्ट्स का विशाल वास्ट जो दायरा है और डाइवर्सिटी है, जो विविधता है, वो इंडस्ट्री को एक बहुत अपार अवसर प्रस्तुत करती है। भारतीय रेल की निरंतर होने वाली प्रगति में अपना योगदान देने का मैं आप सभी से आग्रह करूंगा कि इन अवसरों को केवल व्यावसायिक नजरिए से नहीं, कॉमर्शियल एंगल से ना देखें, बल्कि राष्ट्र निर्माण में सहभागिता, कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स स्ट्रॉन्ग नेशन बिल्डिंग के नजरिए से देखें। मित्रों, वेंडर डेवलपमेंट केवल प्रोडक्ट अप्रूवल तक सीमित नहीं है। ये क्वालिटी, इनोवेशन और म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट पर आधारित पार्टनरशिप ओवर ए लॉन्गर पीरियड बनाने की प्रक्रिया है। हर नया वेंडर जो आरडीएसओ की टेक्निकल और क्वालिटी एक्सपेक्टेशन पर खड़ा उतरता है, वो रेलवे की सप्लाई चेन को और मजबूत करता है और सेफ रेल संचालन में अपना सहयोग देता है। आरडीएसओ का उद्देश्य स्पष्ट है कि वेंडर अप्रूवल पारदर्शी हो, तकनीकी रूप से मजबूत यानी टेक्निकली सॉलिड हो और भारतीय रेल की बदलती जरूरतों के अनुरूप हो। सेफ्टी और रिलायबिलिटी हमेशा हमारी सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता रहेगी, लेकिन साथ ही हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी के समावेश और अधिक से अधिक इंडस्ट्री की भागीदारी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं। आज रेल सेक्टर तकनीकी बदलाव के दौर से गुजर रहा है। डिजिटलाइजेशन, ऑटोमेशन, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, प्रिडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस, एडवांस मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम, साइबर सिक्योर कंट्रोल आर्किटेक्चर, ये सब मॉडर्न रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का अभिन्न हिस्सा बनते जा रहे हैं। तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी इंडस्ट्री के लिए बहुमूल्य अवसर है। ऐसे इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स विकसित करें जो सेफ्टी को बढ़ाएं, जो रिलायबिलिटी को सुधारें और इक्विपमेंट को पूरी लाइफ साइकिल परफॉर्मेंस को बेहतर बनाएं। मुझे ये कहते हुए प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि माननीय महानिदेशक श्री प्रभात कंसाना जी के नेतृत्व में आरडीएसओ इस तकनीकी बदलाव में केवल एक स्टैंडर्ड बनाने वाली संस्था नहीं, बल्कि इंडस्ट्री का सच्चा पार्टनर बनकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। ऐसा पार्टनर जो सुनता भी है, समझता भी है और मिलकर समाधान भी ढूंढते हैं। तो देवियों और सज्जनों, आज हम सब एक ऐतिहासिक संकल्प की यात्रा के सहयात्री हैं। विकसित भारत 2047 का संकल्प। जब भारत अपनी आजादी के 100 वर्ष पूरा करेगा, तब हमारा देश एक विकसित राष्ट्र के रूप में विश्व पटल पर खड़ा हो, यही हम सबका सामूहिक सपना है। इस सपने को साकार करने में भारतीय रेल की भूमिका केंद्रीय है और रेल की इस यात्रा में आप सब हमारे इंडस्ट्री के पार्टनर्स सारथी की भूमिका में हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत और मेक इन इंडिया का विजन जो है, वो स्वदेशी जो डिजाइन है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, इसकी क्षमता को मजबूत आधार प्रदान करता है। आरडीएसओ इंडस्ट्री के साथ कंधा से कंधा मिलाकर ऐसे वर्ल्ड क्लास प्रोडक्ट विकसित करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है जो भारतीय रेल की कठोर अपेक्षाओं पर खरा उतरे और साथ ही मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इकोसिस्टम को भी सशक्त बनाए। जब हमारा एक एक वेंडर वर्ल्ड क्लास प्रोडक्ट बनाता है, तो केवल एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पूरा नहीं करता, वो विकसित भारत की नींव को में एक और ईंट जोड़ता है। इसलिए आज की ये वेंडर मीट केवल एक टेक्निकल संवाद नहीं है, टेक्निकल डिस्कशन नहीं है, ये विचारों का आदान प्रदान, एक दूसरे की अपेक्षाओं को समझने का एक मजबूत पार्टनरशिप का अवसर है। मैं सभी प्रतिभागियों से आग्रह करता हूं कि टेक्निकल सेशंस में एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट करें, सक्रिय रूप से भाग लें, जहां भी जरूरी हो स्पष्टीकरण मांगें और ऐसे व्यवहारिक सुझाव साझा करें जिससे हम अपने स्पेसिफिकेशन, स्टैंडर्ड्स और वेंडर अप्रूवल प्रोसेस में लगातार सुधार कर सकें। आपका हर सुझाव हमारे लिए मूल्यवान है, क्योंकि विश्वास का वातावरण संवाद से ही बनता है। भारतीय रेल की सफलता हमेशा रेलवे, आरडीएसओ और इंडस्ट्री के घनिष्ठ सहयोग पर आधारित रही है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आज की जो चर्चाएं हैं इस पार्टनरशिप को और मजबूत करेंगी और टेक्निकल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेक्टर में इनोवेशन, इंडिजिनाइजेशन और टेक्निकल डेवलपमेंट के नए द्वार खोलेगी। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं एक बार फिर अपने सभी विशिष्ट अतिथियों का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं और आपकी बहुमूल्य सहभागिता के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं। अब मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं हमारे आदरणीय महानिदेशक श्री प्रभात कंसाना जी को आमंत्रित करूं, जिनकी प्रेरणा और संरक्षण में यह आयोजन साकार हो सका है। वे अपना इनॉग्रेट एड्रेस प्रदान करें और रेलवे इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन का भविष्य और परिवर्तनकारी यात्रा में इंडस्ट्री की भूमिका पर अपना विजन हम सबके साथ साझा करें। धन्यवाद. Thank you. जय हिंद.
Namaskar. Industry partners, senior officers from Railway Board and RDSO, special guest speakers from DFCCIL, DMRC, NCRTC, UPMRC and NHS RCL. A very warm welcome to you all to this much awaited vendors meet. On this occasion, I would also like to welcome Sri Jain Lal, retired PDTI. Sir, you will always be remembered for your contribution towards improvement of traction installations and its reliability across the country. It gives me immense pleasure to address this vendor meet being organized by Traction Installation Directorate of RDSO. I extend my sincere welcome to all our existing and prospective industry partners who have joined us today. Your presence reflects our shared commitment towards strengthening and transforming Indian Railways. You are all aware, RDSO has long served as the technical backbone of Indian Railways through research, design, testing, standardization and innovation. Equally important is another key responsibility entrusted to RDSO, that is vendor development to fulfill the growing need and requirement of reliable infrastructures. As Indian Railways continues its rapid journey towards modernization, network expansion and developing as an environment-friendly mode of transportation through electrification, this partnership between railways and industry assumes even greater significance. And the success of this journey will depend upon our collective ability to develop indigenous, reliable and future-ready infrastructure. Today's theme, innovation, modernization and indigenization of traction distribution infrastructure, perfectly reflects this vision and aspiration. Now let us be a little more clear about our goal. What is it that we are trying to achieve? Because that gives you the context for having this meet, and that also sets the agenda for times to come. I will give you the big picture. India is one of the biggest, Indian Railway is one of the biggest transportation systems in the world. But it is not the biggest transportation system in India. But our goal is to be the biggest transportation system because of various reasons. Since all of you are associated with this industry, I may probably be repeating myself when I say that we run about 9,000 freight trains every day, 7,000 freight trains every day, 12,000 coaching trains every day. That makes it about 19,000 trains every day we run across Indian Railway network. And as we aspire more for having greater share of freight and for providing confirmed berth on demand, we would be required to run many more trains. Just to tell you the number, last year Indian Railway loaded 1670 million tons and this year it's aspiring to load 1700 million tons. But our goal is to reach 2000 million ton by 2030 and 3000 million ton by 2035. That will happen only when we have the lion's share of the cargo movement happening across India. Now, how will it happen? How will we ensure that people get confirmed berth as and when they need to travel? This will happen only when we run large number of trains, and through that end, you all see a lot of infrastructural work going on across Indian Railways, and be sure that it's going to continue. As our Honorable Prime Minister has been directing time and again that this has to be the biggest mode of transportation. This has to be the growth engine of Indian economy. You will see more and more development taking place across Indian Railways. Now, here lies opportunities for all of you. When we aspire to become the biggest transportation network in the country and probably in the world also at some point of time, when we aspire to run high-speed trains on nominated corridors, when we aspire to have big dedicated freight corridors, you need to have matching infrastructure. And the ministry is fully aware of that, and ministry is working towards that. And when we talk of rail industry, it's not confined to Indian Railway only. Now we get to see metro system, we get to see rapid railway network. There are so many things happening there. The point is, it offers a lot of opportunities to the industry. Like my colleague told earlier, it's not Indian Railway venture, it's a collective venture. We are all partners in that. Our collaborative effort, our journey together will decide how fast we can reach the goal that we are setting for ourselves. So, this vendors meet has been organized precisely to provide a common platform for direction and interaction between industry and RDSO to achieve the common goal of Viksit Atmanirbhar Bharat and the details that I outlined just a few moments ago. I hope this meet will enable us to march ahead in our endeavor to achieve that intended goal. I request all participants to make full use of this opportunity. Please share your experiences, raise your concerns, that is important. Raise your concerns, discuss the practical challenges, and offer innovative solutions. Your feedback is invaluable in making our standards, specifications, and approval processes more effective. Let today's interaction be a genuine dialogue built on mutual trust, openness, and collaboration. I once again extend my heartfelt welcome to all the dignitaries, industry representatives, and participants. I sincerely thank each one of you for your presence and your continued commitment towards strengthening the railway ecosystem. I wish this vendor meet every success, and I am confident that today's deliberations will lead to meaningful discussions, valuable insights, stronger partnerships, and concrete outcomes that will contribute significantly to the future of Indian Railways. Thank you. Jai Hind. थैंक यू सर। आपका दूरदर्शी संदेश आज के समस्त तकनीकी विमर्श को एक दिशा निर्धारित करेगा। लीडरशिप इंस्पायर्स कॉन्फिडेंस, विजन इंस्पायर्स ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, रिसर्च क्रिएट्स नॉलेज, standards create confidence, and innovation creates the future. So, come to the technical session. For technical session, I would like to invite Swarna madam.
थैंक यू शशांक जी। और जैसा कि अभी हम सुन रहे थे, मुझे भी एक घटना याद आ गई। आपका थोड़ा सा समय चाहूंगी। एक बार एक मंदिर का कार्य चल रहा था, कड़ी धूप थी। उसमें एक व्यक्ति छाया में कहीं बैठा था, तो वो देखा था सामने दो मजदूर हैं। एक व्यक्ति झुंझला कर मजदूर बात कर रहा था सबसे, जो भी उसके पास आ रहा था, बीच बीच में अपना पसीना कस के पूछता जा रहा था। दूसरा मजदूर उसी धूप में गुनगुनाते हुए, मुस्कुराते हुए पत्थर तोड़ रहा था। तो उसको बड़ी हैरानी हुई कि इतनी धूप है और इन दोनों का ये इतना व्यवहार परिवर्तन क्यों। उसने सोचा बात की जाए, आगे बढ़ा। उसने उनसे पूछा, पहले मजदूर से पूछा, भाई क्या कर रहे हो? तो कहते, देखते नहीं, पापी पेट के खातिर पत्थर तोड़ रहा हूं, और क्या। फिर उसने दूसरे मजदूर से पूछा कि भाई तुम क्या कर रहे हो? तो उसने मुस्कुराते हुए जवाब दिया कि भाई मेरा सौभाग्य है कि भगवान का घर बनाने में मैं अपना योगदान दे सकूं। तो यही दृष्टिकोण हमें अपनाना है। मेरा भारत बदल रहा है। जहां हम धीरे धीरे चल रहे थे इस सोच के साथ कि किसी तरह हमें अपना काम निपटाना है, जो पुरानी घिसी पेटी परिपाटियां हैं, हल्का फुल्का परिवर्तन भी हो जाए तो बड़ी बात है। लेकिन आज हम सबकी सोच में परिवर्तन आया है। मेरा हर देश का नागरिक अपने जिस भी क्षेत्र में है वो कोशिश कर रहा है कि मैं अपना योगदान बेस्ट कैसे दूं। और जब हम ये सोचते हैं कि हम अपने राष्ट्र के निर्माण में सहयोग कर रहे हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से हमारा दृष्टिकोण बदलता है और सकारात्मक सोच आती है। तो इसी सोच के साथ हमारे लिए सौभाग्य का विषय है कि हमारे टीआई निदेशालय ने भी अथक प्रयास किया, और मैं समझती हूँ कि आप सबके लिए उतना ही ये साल गर्वित होगा, सार्थक होगा। तो जैसा हम बात कर रहे थे कि भविष्य को सुंदर व सशक्त बनाने के लिए वर्तमान में रेलवे इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन की दिशा में क्या प्रयास चल रहे हैं, ये जानने का सुनहरा मौका है जब हमारे बीच गणमान्य सुधीजन उपस्थित हैं। मैं सादर आमंत्रित करती हूँ ईडी गतिशक्ति रेलवे बोर्ड श्री गजेंद्र कुमार सर को कृपया मंच पर आए और हमें अनुरोध करें अपने विचारों और दिशा निर्देश दें। सर, द पोडियम इज योर्स। धन्यवाद।
Respected Director General, RDSO, Additional Director General, Principal Executive Director RDSO, लाल सर, जो अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से सीनियर ऑफिसर्स पधारे हैं वो, मेरे इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स एंड अदर स्टेक होल्डर्स, वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग एंड नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं कॉम्प्लीमेंट करूंगा टीआई डायरेक्टरेट को जिसने ये वेंडर मीट का आयोजन किया है। इनफैक्ट इट कैन नॉट बी अ बेटर टाइम फॉर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग दिस मीटिंग। आई विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस थिंग इन माय स्लाइड्स। द काइंड ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी, the tone was set by DG sir. There is a tremendous opportunity for the industry partners, and not only opportunity but opportunity to contribute to this railway sector development as well as for the nation building. So let me build upon what DG sir has said and what this diagram shows. Let me fragment these things in certain parts. Opportunity in terms of three things. If you see these 6 hexagonals, the first two systems I'm interpreting in my way. So first two systems are representing the opportunity in terms of the scale what we are going to have in future. This I will be talking about in my slides. And then the another one, insulator and OHE fitting. It shows the improvement in the existing fittings, existing systems, existing equipments. So there is a lot of opportunities, and TI Directorate is working day in day out to improve those systems, and there is a lot of opportunity lies ahead for the industry partner to contribute in that field. Then maintenance vehicles as well as the maintenance equipments. As far as the government, central government is concerned and the Ministry of Railways is concerned, there is a clear understanding that we need to improve our maintenance practices, we need to mechanize our maintenance things, we need to introduce a lot of technology in maintenance practices. So perhaps that represents another opportunity, the maintenance vehicles and maintenance equipments. In the last one, the AI one, it represents, we do the supervision which is obviously evolved over a period of time, but now I think time is there to improve those supervision systems also, and AI-based systems, and without AI also a lot of opportunities there for drone-based system, for the laser-based system, LIDAR-based systems, for the automation of the system. So it is the another opportunity. So if I summarize these three things, one is the equipment improvement, second is the supervision improvement, and third is the scale what we need to achieve for implementation of electrification. I'll be talking mostly about the first part because other two things are technical in nature, and perhaps TI Directorate will be in good position to talk about those things. For the first infrastructure improvement, I will break down my presentation into two main constituents what is represented here. First, the left side is the OHE system. I'll be talking about the scale of that in terms of route kilometer, track kilometers, what we need to achieve, and second in terms of power supply installation, which is represented by this transformer. This is the traction transformer. So I'll be talking about these two things. जब तक वो प्रेजेंटेशन लगाते हैं, एक चीज PDTI सर ने बोला था, what is the expectation, what is the vision of railway board. I can share few of the things what transpire, what is the talks going on in the railway ministry, and of course EDRDS is preview of all those discussions. There is a clear understanding in the government that we need to have indigenized systems. So we need to have more and more solutions which is indigenized based on manufacturer in India. Second is, it has to be vendor neutral. The kind of volume we are having, kind of large network we are having, we can't afford to have binding with the one vendor. So it has to be vendor neutral. And third one, it has to be reliable. EDTI sir also said, we don't have luxury of like metro systems having of the maintenance in the night time when trains are not running. We don't have that luxury. We need to run our trains 24 hours. And any breakdown costs us very heavily. And the last one, we need to have cost-effective solutions also. We need to cover a lot miles, so we can't adopt those very costly systems. We need to be cost-effective. So four things I'll repeat again: indigenized, vendor neutral, reliable, and cost-effective. Now I'll be talking about the opportunity. Director sir has already set the tone. The opportunity in terms of more passenger trains, more in terms of freight trains. I'll be talking what already been sanctioned, what we have achieved, what has been sanctioned, and what is going to be sanctioned. So before I go for the opportunity, let me pat ourselves what we have achieved. For the left side, if you see, this is the representation, and so for some of those vendors who don't know the nomenclature, this is the RKM. This is a route kilometer, and in certain time I will be talking about TKM, that is track kilometer. The difference between RKM and TKM is the RKM means the point to point, like from A station to B station. If the track length is 5 km, it is called RKM. But there may be 2 lines in that section, there may be yard in the section. So the TKM is considerably more than 5 km. It may be 10 or 12 or whatever, number of, depending upon the number of lines available there. So that is the RKM. We started taking off in 2014-15. You can see 1000 odd RKM we completed of electrification, then again in the range of 1000, and then suddenly we started jumping to 4000, 5000, 6000, and then 7000. And you mind it, the TKM was considerably more than what you are seeing here. And this speed alone cannot be achieved. The entire railway system from within, the contractors, the suppliers, manufacturers, they all contributed to this kind of scale. So today we sit at 99.6% of BG network electrified. This is a huge feat, more than 70,000 track kilometers we have completed in the last few years, around 10 years or so. This is unimaginable scale, and it's a big change management exercise which we are able to achieve without much of the fuss. You imagine we are running the trains and we are doing the electrification. We don't have capacity within the system to execute those systems. We don't have capacity of the contractors. We don't have capacity of suppliers. Yet, we are able to achieve so fast, of so scale, spreading across the India. So, this all are contributing to this thing. So, have a round of applause for ourselves. Now, comparison. So the right side, you see where we stand vis-a-vis world. So I was talking about one of the largest railway system. Of course, we are one of the largest railway system in terms of all the parameters. But perhaps we will be the largest electrified network. Already, you can see Switzerland, which is 100% electrified. Perhaps they were having a lot of hydropower available with them, so they chose long back to have the entire section electrified. But none of the other developed railways you can see, including China, where we compare and we feel jealous of China, they are not able to achieve 100%. And the volume what we have done, in fact, we were talking to some of the railways, they were saying the kind of magnitude you have achieved, for them it is very, very discomforting, very frightening to go for that kind of electrification massive drive if they want to have. But we are able to achieve, and today we stand second, and perhaps the remaining part, perhaps 200 odd kilometers, will be completing very soon. In certain pockets we are left over, and we will be completing very soon those complete, and we will be 100% electrified of that magnitude. Okay, so in terms of opportunity, so we today sit at 1.4 lakh track kilometer of network already electrified. This is a huge network. Now, what are the opportunities? For this system, we need to maintain. Maintenance includes all those things: the replacement of the equipment, the supervision. So there is a lot of opportunity. Second one, renewal. Some of the systems which were installed 40 years back, 60 years back, now they require renewals. So a lot of quantity is requiring for renewals also. And more the system getting old, more the quantity will be required in future. Modification requirements. The small modification here and there are the requirement almost on regular basis at the divisional level, and the aggregated quantity required for those renewals are huge at the division level. And then upgradation, that I will be talking about later. If I see this upgradation, the new work, I divide into three things. One, upgradation. Second, the electrification, what I need to do with the new line gauge converter or the multi-tracking. And the third one, what I am going to have in the future. The first one is upgradation. This upgradation, we have our own internal system of high density network, highly utilized network, and other important lines. So, and we divide those sanctions into mission Raftar projects and then the rectification projects. So, if you see my right side, the slide's right side, the OHE already sanctioned. Sanctioned means either that has been tendered or going to be tendered very soon. The provisions are already there. So around 45,000 track kilometer of the works are already sanctioned for 2 into 25 work. That's a huge number. And similarly, I'll show about the PSI. So this is the PSI, the traction substation requirement. If you can see 327 number of TSS we have already planned for the construction, and again the tenders are either finalized or in the pipeline. You see the switching stations, and for the 2 into 25, every switching station has the auto transformers and the other switch gear. So the opportunity for the switching station is also very huge. You see the numbers, staggering numbers of switching station, 1355 numbers already sanctioned under these two heads. So combined value of these OHE and PSI work already sanctioned more than 50,000 crores, and perhaps when we'll be completing this number will increase only. You see the spread of this work. The spread of sanction of these works is across the railways, so across the India. So all the geographical locations has this opportunity in terms of contractors, in terms of suppliers, in terms of manufacturers. And of course, Mission Raftar consists of 2 corridors. So that was the upgradation of what we are converting present 1 into 25 into 2 into 25. Now, as DG sir was mentioning, the government has a lot of ambition to make Indian Railway or the railway system as the largest transport solution in the India. So that is the aim. To put me into that perspective, since I worked in the PM Gati Shakti framework, the directorate what we are having in Railway Board, so more than 4 lakh crores of capital works we have already sanctioned. For the capacity augmentation, more than 4 lakh crore already sanctioned. And how much more government is pushing to sanction as far as the railway tracks are concerned? Another 4 lakh crores. So see the 8 lakh crores the opportunity. And of course that includes civil engineering cost, it includes land cost, it includes traction cost, SNT cost, and equipment maintenance and other things. Maintenance equipment cost and other things also. Out of that 4 lakh crore what is sanctioned, this represent the traction, distribution, sanction pie. New lines we have sanctioned, doubling, quadrupling, that is multi-tracking we say, and the gauge conversion. So in combined, you see another around 20,000 track kilometer is sanctioned against 2 into 25. That's there 45,000, here 20,000 more. So 65,000 already sanctioned works are going on or will be tendered very soon. In terms of TSS, another 277 likely to be included in these works. Of course, here and there minus few numbers can go here and there. And the value-wise, it is 26,000 crores, and perhaps this is going to increase. So 50,000 there, 26,000 crore here, so 75,000 already sanctioned. Now, these are the sanction. Now, what is in pipeline? I was talking about I'll talk first about the upgradation. We have already sanctioned 45,000 TKM under upgradation. Another around 15,000 TKM sanctions are in pipeline. Funds are already provisioned. It is the only sanctioning which is remaining, and then the field work of the tendering and other things. That will be around 200 TSS, and costing will be 20,000 crores. The second fund, electrification. I was talking about 4 lakh crore sanction. Another 4 lakh, that will translate into 20,000 TKM. The second one, 20,000 TKM more coming up in few years from now. So if you see 45, 20, another 15 and 20, so more than lakh TKM of the work is going to happen very soon. Most of them are already sanctioned, and some of those are going to be sanctioned. And as Sir was also mentioning, I am not talking about other systems which they will be contributing immensely. New high-speed corridors, semi-high-speed corridors. Now there is a lot of opportunities. Recently, Cabinet has approved Dholera section, Ahmedabad to Dholera. The semi-high-speed they have sanctioned. So semi-high-speed, high-speed, and dedicated road corridors, sections which are under Ministry of Railways, and of course the metros are contributing on their own. So this is the volume which we will be looking at. Now, of course, these gives a lot of anxiety to people at the railway board, the kind of volume we need to deal. It gives a lot of homework to TI Directorate and to all of us, that how to achieve that scale, how to achieve that improvement, how to achieve that quality improvement. A lot of work IDSO has done in terms of vendor improvement, quality improvement, and perhaps they are in the process of doing a lot of other things to improve the quality. The railway board is very clear, we need to improve our quality, otherwise reliability, as a citizen we demand when we are sitting in the train, cannot be achieved. We need to contribute that way. For that, if some vendors has to be weeded out, it has to be. Some process has to be changed, some material has to be changed, some technology has to be changed, has to be done. There is no confusion. Now coming to the capacity problems. For that kind of volume, in fact, for the maintenance of that huge system, we are already feeling pinch of supplies in the field. And with that kind of augmentation need, there is a clear-cut gap of capacity available with the vendors. So we will be seeking a lot of capacity augmentation with the vendors, introduction of other vendors to chip in for those vacuums. Quality issues I already talked about. The second last bullet, capacity execution. Of course, that is mix of what railway has to have its own systems to execute that quantity. The consultants has to have a lot of, we need to have a lot of consultants to execute that kind of volumes. Then, of course, suppliers and contractors, of course, contractors, supplier, manufacturer, all has to have that execution capacity in future if we want to achieve that kind of volumes. In the leaflet I am carrying, was given to me in the morning, a lot of opportunities, a lot of figures have been given. So I am not saying negatively, but these are very, very underrated. Where a lot of underplay has been made. The quantities required are huge. You are saying 5,000 metric ton of contact wire and catenary. Perhaps that will 2 times or 3 times or maybe 4 times. Because that will alone go for the maintenance or for the renewals. But for the augmentation, the numbers will be staggering. So my request to all the vendors, kindly work with us. Those other things as RDSO, Director General has mentioned. Please come up with the solutions. Please come up with the suggestions, what we need to improve, but we need to have. Government is very clear. We need to have this thing. We need to achieve this thing. There is a clear message. How to achieve? We need to find this solution. And please contribute to the railway sector development in the country. And please contribute, as Madam also said, for the nation building. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपके मूल्यवान विचारों के लिए और सुंदर विजन के लिए। और इसके साथ ही हमारे बीच अगली प्रस्तुति होने जा रही है PQR, पावर सप्लाई रेस्टोरेंट विषय पर। ट्रैक्शन पावर सिस्टम्स के विश्वसनीय और कुशल संचालन को सुनिश्चित करने में पावर क्वालिटी की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। हम इस महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र में नई तकनीकों और व्यवहारिक समाधानों के बारे में जानने के लिए उत्सुक हैं। इसके लिए मैं मेसर्स डेल्टा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के सम्मानित प्रतिनिधि महोदय से विनम्र अनुरोध करती हूँ, कृपया आए और अपना प्रस्तुतिकरण दें। धन्यवाद। कृपया जोरदार तालियों से इनका भी स्वागत कर दें।
Good morning to the respected management from RDSO, senior railway officials, and my dear colleagues from the industry. Myself, Mukesh Dixit. I am from Delta Electronics, and today we are here to talk about the product Power Quality Restorer, which is for which RDSO has released the specifications, and we have also supplied the product to the industry. I am accompanied by my colleague, Mr. Pushpendu, who is from the engineering side, so we will take you through technical aspects and a little bit of discussion about the Delta. So today, from my presentation, we will be talking about Delta and Delta product portfolios, like various products which we supply. Then, as Sir said, we have already achieved 99.6% of electrification of railways. So there are some issues which come up with the electrification. So we will talk about that. And then what Delta is offering to resolve that issue. So that is like single phase 25 kV power quality restorer, which is indigenous product, Second, how it works, the working principle of it. And the third, implementation part. So how it has been implemented and where it has been implemented. So a brief about Delta. Delta is a Taiwan-based MNC with a total business of $13+ billion across the world. And in India, we are operating since 1992. We have an annual business closer. So in India, we are doing an annual business of around 3,000 crores, and we have 3,500 plus employees in India on roles, and we have 3 factories and 2 R&D centers. So this product is developed in our R&D set up our R&D lab in India, which is based in Bangalore, and manufactured in one of the factories which is located in Rojpur, near Nainital. So Delta works in various segments. Delta is power electronics organization which works in various sectors like telecom, solar inverter, display systems, industrial automation, building automation. We are working with railways with display power solutions. We are providing to the various segments of railways display power solutions we are providing, and also power supplies for the telecom systems. We are also working in EV charging solutions, smart city solutions. We give IoT based solutions in the smart city. We are working in railways, renewable energy and UPS segments. Various product portfolio of Delta's power supply solutions. We give UPS from 1 kVA to 4,000 kVA, power conditioning system, outdoor telecom systems, PV inverters, converters, wind turbines, building automations, various equipments we provide. We are in the field of industrial automation also, where we provide robotic arms, we provide PLCs, drives and sensors. We are in the field of electrical vehicle chargers and display solutions. This is the energy segment of Delta, where we are providing medium voltage power quality solutions to the industries, heavy industries, and also to the Indian Railways. Wind power converter we are providing to the industries. ESS, energy storage solutions. BESS, which is one of the solutions which is coming up in the industry. Display and monitoring solutions to the railways. PVI solar converters and EV charging systems. So when we talk about electrification of railways, 100% we are about to achieve. So with that, some of the hidden issues will be coming up which need to be addressed to increase the efficiency, usage efficiency of the electricity. So one is power factor. When inductive load, our locomotives are inductive load, when inductive load operates, so they reduce the power factor. So reduction of power factor means consumption of higher energy. So this address has to be issued so that we can use our energy in a better way and for operating more vehicles. So this could be used. Second is harmonics. Harmonics is something if we address the harmonics, it will improve the efficiency of our equipment, also reduce the maintenance parts. Then these are the two major which Delta is addressing. Another which comes voltage fluctuation, voltage imbalance, some of the issues which come up with the electrification. To address these major two issues, Delta come up with a Delta portfolio of medium voltage power quality restorer. In this we are providing industrial 3-phase solution to the industries. Then also utilities we are providing, but today we will be talking about solution single phase 25 kV which we are providing to the railways and metros to address reactive power compensation, power factor improvement and harmonic improvement reduction. So this is the product which Delta developed in India. In around 2015 we started this development work and we installed first system in 2019. This is a single phase 25 kV EQR. So in the top corner we can say the product specification. Sorry for that. It is a product which is rated for 25 kV. So we can connect this product directly on the 25 kV common bus bar. So we need not to have a step down transformer. This is the maximum voltage can go up to the 30 kV. It is rated for the product which we have designed. It is one standard product is of 3 MVA. It provides a 120 ampere RMS current and overload capacity of 10%. So these are the different technical specifications. So this is a IGBT based solution which helps in like reducing the power compensation and mitigating the harmonics. Also, it helps in the voltage regulation of the equipment. So, where we have installed it in some around 11 to 12 sites, where it has improved the power factor up to like from 0.85 to 0.99, 0.98, and also reduce the harmonics within a range of like 2 to 3%. That is less than 7.5%. It has to be reduced. So that we have done, and in bottom corner we say like it has resulted in saving of energy. There were huge penalties which some of the places like railway was paying, so that was saved. So money was saved and energy was saved. And also the profile of the voltage was improved. So we can see this is a brief like SLD of a traction substation where we say supply comes from the traction transformers. After that we are having a common bus bar of 25 or 27 kV where we are connecting our product directly on the 25 kV. This is the product which we are connected directly on the 25 kV bus. So it helps in improving the power factor, reducing the harmonics, and also like power factor compensation. This is the electrical overview of the system. So one standard unit comes in a rating of 3 MVA, which can be connected in parallel to get the desired rating. It has the standard 3 MVA product is having 11 stacks, and one stack consists of 5 H bridges, and the stacks are connected in series. This is the overview of the complete product. The complete product consists of 3 parts. One is like power cabinets, another is control cabinets, which consists of PLC and the controlling unit of it, and third consists of remote control cabinets. So power cabinet consists of power stacks which are tapped into the power cabinet, and they are connected in series, which is connected directly to the 25 kV bus bar, and then those stacks are connected to the control cabinet from where they get the command, and then we have one remote control unit which communicates with the control center from where the complete system is being operated. This is the working principle of the product. This product operates in a closed loop. So this product is connected on the 25 kV bus bar, and the feedback is taken from the panels and given to the PQR. So it takes a continuous feedback from the system, and then it provides, with that feedback, it works out the requirement and then provide the power to the bus bar so that it mitigates the harmonics and improve the power factor. This is the indoor layout of it. So it is kept inside the building, where in building we keep power cabinets and control cabinets. This is implementation of like how it is implemented in the system. So we have normally different various switch gears, single pole isolator, CT, PT, then breaker, and then finally the power electronics, which is kept inside the room. So this is overview from one of the site where it has been implemented. So like this is a traction substation. In that traction station, this is the power quality system which has been implemented. So this is a building, and then we have a yard equipments. This system can also be implemented into 2 into 25 kV like substations also. In 2 into 25 kV substations, we have main bus and teaser bus. And with the support of neutral, it can be connected with plus 25 and minus 25 kV bus bar. Same like 2 into 25 we connected transformer also we can connect. This is the performance report from one of the TSS. Before installation of this equipment, the power factor was in a range of 0.85, 0.89, which was improved to 0.98, 0.99. And also, this is the power factor. And second was harmonics. The harmonics was around 20%, which was reduced to 2.5% in that respective TSS. So you can see like this is the harmonics and the chart of it. Also, after the implementation of PQR, it was observed that maximum demand, which was getting earlier in use, that reduction, there was a reduction in the maximum demand. So at the maximum point, it was like around 1.5 MVA. So it was reduced by 1.5 MVA in that respective substation. the voltage profile on which the system was operating, that voltage profile was also improved. So initially there was a droop in the voltage which was maintained at a voltage of 27. So it improved the voltage profile also. This is one of the installations from one of the metro station, where we have installed this building and then customized the installation of equipments as per the requirement. So, this was from my side. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, we are open to it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका इतने सागर्भित प्रेजेंटेशन को देने के लिए। और जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं कि कार्य अच्छी बात है, जोश के साथ मन के साथ करना चाहिए इसको, लेकिन ऊर्जा की भी आवश्यकता है। तो अब लेते हैं एक खूबसूरत सा ब्रेक आपकी ऊर्जा को भरपूर बनाए रखने के लिए, छोटा सा टी ब्रेक। आप सबसे गुजारिश है कि विशिष्ट अतिथियों के लिए हॉल से जो बगल में कमरा लगा है वहाँ पे उनके लिए जलपान की व्यवस्था की गई है, और अन्य प्रतिनिधि जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं बाहर जो ऑडिटोरियम में हैं वहाँ पर आपके लिए व्यवस्था है। कृपया जलपान ग्रहण करके जल्द से जल्द यहाँ पर आने का पुनः कष्ट करें। 11:50 तक यदि संभव हो तो जरूर यहाँ पर आ जाएं। धन्यवाद। मिलते हैं ब्रेक के बाद।
Hello. Hello.
चालू होने जा रहा है।
प्लीज आप लोग अपनी सीट पर आ जाएं एक बार, ताकि ये टेक्निकल सेशन को हम कंटिन्यू कर सकें। जो आपके कलीग्स हॉल में या बाहर हैं, प्लीज उनको भी बुला लीजिए। ऑल आर रिक्वेस्टेड टू कम इनसाइड। The volunteers of the TI directed are requested, please सभी को अंदर लेकर आ जाए। Please take your seats. Very soon we are going to start technical session again. जो टीआई डायरेक्टरेट के लोग हैं, प्लीज एक बार बाहर से सबको बुला लें। कोऑर्डिनेटर टीआई डायरेक्टरेट इज रिक्वेस्टेड। हेलो, प्लीज एक बार बाहर से सबको बुला लीजिए, बाहर से सबको बुला लीजिए। आशुतोष, प्लीज सबको अंदर कलेक्ट करा लीजिए, बुला लीजिए। सभी अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाएं। आशा है कि चाय के साथ आपने आपसी संवाद और विचारों का आदान प्रदान भी किया होगा, जो कि काफी सार्थक साबित हो सकता है। तो आगे टेक्निकल सेशन अब हम स्टार्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली मेट्रो ने आधुनिक शहरी रेल प्रणाली में गुणवत्ता, समयबद्धता और तकनीकी उत्कृष्टता के नए मानक स्थापित किए हैं। तो इसी क्रम में मैं श्री A.K. रस्तोगी सर, दिल्ली मेट्रो रेल कॉर्पोरेशन से अनुरोध करूंगा कि सर वे अपना प्रस्तुतिकरण लेकर मंच पर आए। श्री रस्तोगी सर।
Respected DG sir, ADG sir, senior officials from RDSO, our friends from other industries and other invitees of the metros and DFSL. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and a good afternoon to you. It's really, I must thank RDSO that they have invited me. It feels so nostalgic, because I work in 2 directorates of RDSO, in the local directorate and the TI directorate. But now what I am seeing from the presentation by the railway board, the scenario has totally changed. I left RDSO in 2016. So from there onwards, the kind of capital which is being provided, it's really mind-boggling, and the scope, like the amplitude of the work which is to be carried out is really great. So I really feel happy that the Indian Railways have covered such a great milestone. So, I'll start my presentation. My presentation is basically, because I thought it's a vendor meet, I thought we should highlight what we are doing in the Delhi Metro regarding indigenization and other issues. So as DG sir said, that the Indian Railways is running around 19,000 trains per day. So what I can understand is the Indian Railways is connecting India, and via DMRC is connecting Delhi. That is also equally important, because we are carrying around 70 lakh people per day. And you can imagine if the Delhi Metro stops even for 1 hour, the condition that is on the road is really unbearable. So, just to give a highlight of what we are, what is the magnitude of Delhi Metro, we are already operating 416 kilometers of line and 303 stations. So, this feat has been achieved in the last, say, 25 years. But the important part is that maybe in the next 5-10 years, we'll be doubling the network. So this is what we are. So this is what we are actually, our upcoming projects which are coming, and in the like in the 5B, it's on final stage of approval, and the remaining are already approved projects. So we will be adding another, say, 80% of our present network, Apart from that, Delhi Metro is also handling other metros like Jaipur Metro, the Jaipur Metro Phase 2, which is 40 kilometers, we are building. Then Patna Metro, we are building. MMRDA, we are building there. And we are giving our technical service to many metros. And it's really like fortunate to work in an organization which is like considered the mother of the metro system in India. Whatever we are doing, it is ditto copied by the other metros. So we have been taking the indigenization very seriously. In this regard, our governing ministry has already issued one letter in 2020 that the certain items need to be indigenized and you cannot procure it, like you cannot import it. So this was the instruction given by the my ministry, but I am really happy to tell you that we have gone beyond this and we are not only restricted to these items. So, as you understand that the Delhi network is a very heavy density network, and we are using contact wire of 150 square millimeter contact wire. So this was being imported from Lafarga, Germany. We are taking it from Vedanta on with this continuous process only. So we are able to achieve 100%. Now, as ED Railway Board was telling, how do we increase the vendor base? That is the main issue which we are already tied up with Vedanta, and we are pursuing very heavily with them to come up with the copper silver. And what they have assured us that maybe by August this year they'll be ready with the south wire process of copper silver. At Delhi Metro, we use 120 square millimeter of copper magnesium. Like in railways, we were using copper cadmium. In earlier phases of our project also, we were using copper cadmium. But as you know that the cadmium is a carcinogenic product, and worldwide cadmium is not encouraged. So we shifted to copper magnesium from phase 3 construction onwards. And in this, we actually indigenized with two vendors. One is Hindalco and the other is APAR. So APAR was indigenized with a vacuum upcast method, and Hindalco was with the rotomeat method. The important point here is that why we were able to develop so easily, like in a Delhi network, what happens is all our OHE is on the elevated section. So there are a lot of birds flying and there's a lot of fault on the OHE. So we needed to strengthen the catenary wire because copper cadmium was melting very fast. So we had to go for copper magnesium. And the challenge with RDSO is that they want magnesium content of 0.1 to 0.7, I think 0.7 ppm. Whereas our requirement was for more of a bronziness. We wanted to increase the tensile strength, and since the conductor size is higher, we were able to forego the conductivity portion of it. So with that intention, we were able to indigenize this. Then we have also modified, we are using 25 caliber cantilever, aluminum cantilevers, which are very light and not prone to collision, and this is the advantage of it. So we have been procuring it from, importing it from various countries, but then we, when we got this instruction that it has to be made in India, so we thought that we should plan to manufacture it here. But the problem is that although it seems like a mechanical item, but it's highly technical item. We cannot nobody can just copy it and put it there. So what we advised our Indian partners that they should tie up with Gallant France, which is already a reputed OEM, and the arrangement was such that the TOT was done for the design between the Indian partner and the foreign partner, and the Indian partner was just manufacturing, and the warranty obligation was with the Indian partner. With that, we were certain that if any technical issues are there, we can contact the OEM, Mrs. Gallant, and this can be sorted out. And obviously, the quality control that is taken care by the Indian partner, and because it was a new development, we also associated ourselves with the development. and we came out with very good results, and at present around 40 kilometers of this cantilevers have already been provided on the metros. Second manufacturer was Mosdorfer. Mosdorfer, India has already acquired Fisker, and now they have started supplying to us. The first supply has come to us. So we already have like 2 vendors for this item. Although we would like to have more, so if any of the industry friends are interested, they can come and contact us. Then DMRC has been using 33 kV and 25 kV GIS. So normally earlier the whole GIS was being imported from abroad, but now with our industry partners, and we pursued them very hard, that you please convert the LT portion at least to indigenized version. So with that we were able to achieve at least the LT portion is now indigenized. The LT portion is still coming from outside, so we'll see how we will go about it further. Then in Delhi Metro, we also use capacitive voltage sensor. These are basically just like PT, but they are only for indication whether the OH is charged or not. And the principle of this is that it is a series of capacitors which is connected to the OH, and there is a voltage distribution like the voltage comes down with each distribution, and we are able to tap the last voltage and we can tell whether the OH is charged or not. So this was being imported from Spain. Now we have tied up with Southern Electronics, which is a company who is dealing into electronics and defense equipments also. So they have made the first prototype, and we are confident that maybe in another 6 months we will be able to indigenize it. Then we use potential transformers in our system. This is again imported from Setam, France. We have roped in ECS to build this equipment. We are also open. If anybody is interested in any of the equipments, they can always approach us, because we believe in multiple vendors. Because whenever the EPC comes, only one vendor is there. He feels a bit monopolistic approach comes into, and the costing changes. Then in DMRC we are using 100% composite insulators with 1600 creepage distance because of the high pollution area, and we have also developed post insulators and operating rod with composite material. Like in traction, we use jumpers and we use PGs, which are normally bolted. But DMRC has switched on to crimped PGs. That means you crimp it and it is permanently there. So earlier this was being supplied by Tyco and it was very costly. So we were able to indigenize it with 2 or 3 vendors. And now this is like the cost has come down drastically and we are using it. Yesterday only I got a call from Northern Railway, like Delhi Division, that they are also interested to adopt this technology, and they ask for a free sample of this, and that will help them out. Then we are using current carrying droppers. This was being used for instance, phase 3, but in phase 4 we have gone one step ahead. Now we are using adjustable current carrying droppers. The advantage with this is that whenever you are building a line and you are wiring the section, so you can immediately use this current carrying droppers, and later on when you are actually setting the OHE, you can change the length of the droppers what you do is you are saving on the wastage of the dropper, cutting it every time. This unlike RDSO, which uses 12 square millimeter or 10 square millimeter of wire, we have gone for 12 square millimeter of wire, and this also we have indigenized with copper magnesium. And one thing more, this is a very critical equipment, I must say. It's very simple. So, but the other drawing which I am showing is that whenever we partner with the industry, we discuss with them, the OEMs, what methodology they follow, because the problem is that the Indian vendors are not that educated in that field. So when we discuss with them, and you see that even if you see the IC 50119, it says that you have to do fatigue test for 2 million cycles. And it defines certain parameters at what frequency you can do, what length you can do. It's an open thing. So you need to, whenever we indigenize, we have to see the reliability of the product matches with what is being given by the abroad firms. So we need to define at what frequency it has to be carried out, how many numbers it has to be carried out, what will be the acceptance criteria. So the other pictures I showed how the testing is being carried out. We have discussed this with Ribe, Arthur Ferry, and they have been doing this with this kind of technology. So this is what is, I feel that indigenization is one part, but how to, even if you want to copy it, please copy it applying your full mind. Then we are also using ROCS, rigid overhead catenary, and there's a lot of problem of water leakage in the tunnels. These sections are aluminum sections, and whenever the water is leakage, it's either acidic, alkaline, depending on the soil consistency. So what happens, it corrodes the aluminum conductors. So what we have done is we have introduced this cover. It's a cover like zero halogen with zero halogen properties, so that we can be used in the underground. So this is again we have developed. Although FNI, Furer, Frey and other parties are also supplying, but this has been developed at half of the cost. Now, since we have been focusing on Make in India, so whenever you go into indigenization of any technology or any product, a lot of efforts goes into it. I think the approach should be as a partner rather than that the OEM, the Indian partner is manufacturing by themselves and they come up with a product and they tell us that we have manufactured this and then you use it. I would like that RDSO or maybe DMRC, what we do is we interact with them, we discuss all the design with them, we guide them because of our experience, and we have also been interacting with the foreign vendors. So that knowledge is also available with us. So we are able to interact with them and then we can guide them how it's to be done. So that is a very important point in indigenization, because the problem is that you can, prototype can be done in a good way, but repeatability of the product, that is more important. One product can be made. So I've just listed down some of the challenges. So first is the drafting of a proper specification. What I understand is, we recently I visited Korea also, and we had a good discussion with Seoul Metro. The system what everybody is following is they are very well into what we call the technological development, the R&D. Unfortunately, in India, that is not there. So whatever we do, the specification has to be drafted in such a way so that the vendors are, even the OEMs, the foreign OEMs, they are able to compete, and the Indian vendors are also able to comply properly. So drafting of the specification is very important. Obviously, we need to rope in our foreign partners to understand what is to be written in the specification. Second is the design development, which I have already told that it is not the vendor's responsibility to do Make in India. It is our responsibility. We as a government of India, we want that it has to be done and made in India. So we need to involve with them. You cannot just say this is the specification, please make it and we'll test it and it's done. So that is a wrong approach. I think we should participate in the development, help them out, and see when you discuss the design parameters. What is engineer will take a risk of whenever we are putting up material on our main line, we are taking a risk. So how much risk we are going to take? That will depend on how much well you have understood the product, your vendor has understood the product. If it's an understood product, maybe the risk may be 5, 10%, 20%. But if it is like the vendor has developed by themselves, you have written some test in the specification, just pass them and then you have applied, maybe the risk may be more because you don't know what is the design aspect of that. Maybe for 6 months it will work, after that it will fail. So that is very important to understand how you should go about it. And one more problem is that most of the products which we tend to indigenize, they are based on international standards, whereas the counterpart Indian standards is not available. And similarly is with the annual accredited lab. So this is also a challenge. How we come about it, that is like in DMRC, what we do is, we know that this IC annual accreditation lab is not there. So what we do is, we send our people, do the testing as per the IC, witness the test, and we certify that the testing has been done as per the IC. This is a crude way of understanding that, okay, at least we have applied our mind, we have witnessed the testing. And this is already, I have told you, the repeatability of the prototype can be very good, but the success is not prototype, it is repeatability. So we should be focused on repeatability. So like RDSO does a very, gives also STR, that is a good technique that unfortunately in DMRC we don't have an RDSO like organization. We deal in a case-to-case basis, but here you can dictate it how it's to be done. Then the second last bullet, that is also very important. We rope in the vendors, we ask them to develop it on our saying they invest quite a lot in the machineries and development. But we are not able to give assurance to them that will be buying from you. This creates a doubt in the mind of the vendor that even if I spend so much, we are not sure that how it is to be, whether the railway or the metro will take it or not. So when we have decided that we are going to go in indigenization in a big way, some methodology needs to be worked out at some level that how this has to be taken care. So this is the last 2 points I've already covered. Now, DMRC compared to Indian Railways and what ED Gati Shakti has just now shown us the picture. DMRC is a very small fry, I must say. But still, we envisage and we try our best to do whatever we can. And these are the 2 new projects we have already taken up for rigid OC and earth clamps. Earth clamp, I think RDS is already working on it. They have finally made a specification. And I have been also talking to industry and they keep giving me feedback. So we will also just now we were having discussions with Rajan sir that sometimes the feedback from our DMRC should also be taken. So a lot of specification, we see that the specification is made in such a way because it's dealt at a certain level. So the person might not be not that educated or ignorant, because see, I have worked in CLW also, I have worked in RDSO also. When I started my career, I worked for 7 years in CLW in traction motor. So traction motor, I had a lot of interaction with the OEMs. So I understood copper, I understood iron, I understood insulation, I understood measurement, which is also very important. So these all aspects need to be taken care at the time of development. Then this is just, I just wanted to give some work to RDSO. We have been using BMs of porcelain insulators. There have been 2 cases of failures where the BM has busted, and you won't believe the burst was so big that one of the piece went and hit the wall, and there was a dent in the wall. So we are in the middle of the city. So if that piece goes and hits some person, we are very sure that it will be fatal. So what we have taken a decision that we will be going for composite type of insulator. Already we have roped in Sachron. Sachron they are making in composite. So because our cake is very small, so when we call vendors, they ask us what is the amount of business you can give. So I would request RDSO that you please look into it and come up with a specification for the, I think one through vendors are also very important, like they are very interested to develop this. So this is my request to the RDSO. That is all from me. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत आभार सर आपका। आपके व्यवहारिक अनुभव और तकनीकी दृष्टिकोण ने हम सभी को समृद्ध किया है। तो अब अगले प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए मैं, जो कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस अब भविष्य की तकनीकी नहीं बल्कि वर्तमान की आवश्यकता है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस डज नॉट रिप्लेस इंजीनियर्स बट इट एम्पावर्स इंजीनियर्स। सो मैं मेसर्स ई प्लेन चेन्नई के प्रतिनिधियों को आमंत्रित करता हूं कि एआई बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजी का अपना प्रस्तुतिकरण दें। सर प्लीज।
My name is Dubur Bhalla. I work for the E-Plane company in Chennai. We are a IIT Madras incubation, and primarily the company is involved in building an air taxi, which is electrical vertical takeoff and landing, which means it will take off from the top of this auditorium and then take you to any other point in the city and kind of drop you down there straight away. As a part of the technology that the company has been working on, we were involved through IIT Madras in a project with RDSO, mandated by the Railway Board. We are thankful for that opportunity. So I'm just going to very quickly take you through our what happens on the AI part of it, which are the areas in which AI is currently being used. We'll talk about the current global use cases that are there. We'll talk about what comes next. We'll also briefly talk about the current project and what is an imminent addition to that project that we are getting. We will talk about the tech stack that AI is bringing along. We'll talk about, we'll have a brief look at the computer vision and the model pipeline so that people can understand what is it. It's not magic. It's a simple, series of things that are being done with the help of a computer. And then, obviously, at the end of that, we'll talk about the guardrails for AI, which is things that people need to understand when it comes to using AI. And I think the gentleman here very, very rightly said that AI is not about replacing humans. They are only as good as the humans who are building them. So I take that on board, and we always, in our entire project, work with the division and ask them for their best people to come and help us get the right solutions out of it. So on the air part of it, there's the air part where people are using drones. Now again, please remember, drone like a car is just a vehicle. It is as good as the sensors you put on it. It is as good as the range that it has. And I mean, the real magic is actually in the information that you get out of that particular vehicle when it goes from point A to point B. In the ground AI support, it talks about decision making. What happens is that because the information as it comes down needs to be filtered, it needs to, there needs to be actionable items written out of it, there needs to be some decisions taking. So on the ground part of it, AI helps you to take decisions on what you need to do with the information that's coming in. And lastly, at the equipment level, what happens is there are regular monitoring is required. So, for example, if you're talking about a drone, it will fly in the air, it will give you coverage. If If you're talking about the ground support, it will help you to look at how the information is being processed. And if you talk about the equipment, then it could be some ground level equipment that is actually helping you to keep continuous monitoring of the data that is being collected. Current global use cases, and I'm putting out the ones which are what you would say are the most commonly used as of now. It's not; these are not the only ones. There are probably more than 1,000 use cases that people are using AI for. But track inspection is a big item on AI. Rolling stock inspection is a big item on AI, and of course safety monitoring. And obviously safety monitoring helps you to ensure that those tracks and the working environments are kept safe. What comes next? So one of the biggest things in AI, and for everyone to understand, that AI is all about data. Data has to be clean, data has to be categorized, data has to be used. You put garbage in, you get garbage out. So when you look at the research direction today, what is happening in most of the use cases today is that people do not have the data sets to validate the information that they are seeing through the cameras or they are seeing through their sensors. We haven't built, we are in a nascent stage today. So if I go out and start to identify people crossing the road, I will have 1 million images. But if I were to talk about a person who is on the top of a mountain and with that background, there are not 1 million images there at the top of the Everest, there will only be a few thousand. And if you talk about looking at someone in the center of the ocean, then you will probably find a few less images. So AI depends on good data sets, and that's where the research direction is heading. It's also about heading into the area where multiple sensors are being used. You need to look at the fact that there are different sensors coming in today, more powerful sensors, more powerful cameras, more information can be extracted. And lastly, when you look at what the challenges that gives you, and I spoke to you about the data set, but it is also about ensuring that you are able to use it in an integrated manner. That is one of the biggest challenges, and that is why in most of the cases today, people who are claiming to have a solution actually have a research solution. It may not, in all cases, deploying it at scale requires a different rigor in the real world, and you want to make sure that you don't make those mistakes when it comes to the real world about the data you get from AI. I'll quickly move on to the fact that we've got these two projects that the OHE inspection has been months that we've been doing it. Now we are towards the end of that project, and there is fault detection in that. There is defect identification, as well as we are using some advanced thermovision. But we are also integrating it with the railway system. So it has now reached an advanced stage. If you look at the second part of that project, and I'll come back to the OHE project because we've got some images from the actual project when we towards the end of the slide, so that you know what's happening in reality. But the second part of it is the track and the P-way monitoring project, which is now finally at the signing stage. And hopefully in the next few months it will get signed off by the railway board, and the Annex 2 will come into place as far as this is concerned. So that is about ensuring there is track integrity and other aspects are covered. I want to very briefly talk to you about, 15 minutes is too less to try and take you through artificial intelligence, but I just want to basically talk to you about the sort of technologies that are being used in AI. The first one is the object detection. So what happens in AI is that you will usually use something called a computer vision. It doesn't have to be photographs. It can look at videos and start to extract data. The second part is where there is OCR added to that computer vision. So you are able to, OCR is the recognition of characters as it is seen. And the last part is about the thermal, and so these are more sophisticated sort of tech that is added so that there is, you are able to get data from what an RGB camera cannot see in terms of colors, thermal will be able to provide you, infrared will be able to provide you different visions, but when it's only useful when you combine it across the board. This is quite a slide that I like as far as AI is concerned, because it gives you the sort of challenges that come when you're looking at how you take a video in which you've got a line, you've got the background, and the background could be anything. It could be a building, it could be a tree, it could be something else, it could be other wires, and then you start to make the changes and the pre-processing of that data before it comes to that point where you can say, here is a clean image that can be used and data can be extracted out of it. So the processes are, there is geometry correction, so which means where was the image taken. So instead of having to always, you will not get 100% collection of data in the right manner. There will be some issues with it. So you've got to do some geometry correction to it. There is light and contrast tuning. So sometimes when it is dark, sometimes when it is clear, sometimes when the colors are imaging. So there are different techniques for that data, for the data that we've got, for the image that we've got, for it to be processed so that it becomes clearer in the background. And the last one is the background isolation. Let's say we are trying to do something on droppers, and there are 7 different wires going in the background. You don't want the computer to think that the dropper is actually at the right angle or the wrong angle or whatever because of those things. So the background isolation helps to take all that information out. And the last one, it then comes to that when you've got that clean set, you go into something called a YOLO. YOLO, if there is Gen Z here, they will talk about you only live once. But YOLO is actually a model that is, that helps you to put something in a bounding, and it allows you to extract that data out and say, this is a track. On the track, this is an animal. On the track, this is a tree. And I'll show you some photographs coming there. But it also talks about targeted object detection. This is the OHE project, and I'll show you something. These were the 7 items we were given. We flew a lot of different drones, and we got, I would say, out of the 7, in 6 we got very, very good results. We are still working a little bit on the thermal part of it. It's one of the more challenging sort of areas for us to work in, but we've got a fair amount of confidence in the other bits, and next week we've got RDSO coming for the final sort of review of all the entire project and the demos, and they'll be able to see it in live. We've seen a couple of them before. So here are the here are the sort of photographs that you see from the actual solution that we've provided. So you see that you're able to detect the bird nest, and of course, a lot of people in the audience will be saying, "Isme aisa kuch to hai nahi, bird nest मैं भी देख के बता सकता हूँ." That is fine. But what happens is that this allows you to track it in the same flight that you're actually going across and doing other items. This allows you to track it to make sure that there is it gets into the TDM. No one has to do it physically there. All of this is at the moment, thanks to Chris and RDSO's assistance, we've now gone to a point where we've got an API with Chris so that any of this that is detected will actually come straight into the TDMS system. So they don't need to figure out where it is. They don't need to figure out what they need to do, and all of it we have worked around the fact there's one basic element that we did. It is done on mask number. So the moment you know it's on mask number, you know exactly where it is within the thing. So you can see that an insulator fault is being detected. It also first detects whether it's a porcelain or a composite. It also detects whether there are multiple insulators in it. You will see that there is rust detection. That's one of the most difficult items to actually do because rust is there everywhere, but you don't want to talk about everything. You don't, otherwise your entire infrastructure 80% is rusted. But you want to actually, we work with RDS and they've given us the guidelines to say what needs to be picked up. And of course, you can see that with so much of background noise, we are able to find out issue with the steady arm pen detection. I have to compliment Railways that it is so difficult to find incorrect or a bent steady arm because it is replaced almost immediately. We've had to go out and manufacture a steady arm error for us to get the reference data to be able to get to this point. But, this is the speed at which, so we have to tell Southern to say, can you please make a steady arm defect so that we can, the drone can fly and correct it. Here, you've got the crossover detection. You'll see that the dropper condition detection is also okay, and it doesn't make a difference. It actually, a few millimeters of variance also it's able to find. You'll see that there is infringement detection around the OHE assets. This is one of the latest things that we've done. There is number plate extraction, which is there. And of course, there is a combined detection of saying that there is normal porcelain, other porcelain, there's a bird nest, and that's what I was talking about. The same flight that's going across is doing it. So you don't need to get a railway person walking with his head up in the air and then probably, having to do a medical claim for because he's now got a crick in his neck. What are the guardrails? If I look at what the main requirements are, and I will stress this again, I mentioned this right in the beginning about AI. This is about clean data sets. If you do not have clean data sets, AI will fail you. It will fail pretty badly. So if you start with a problem statement that is not clear, you will have a major issue in the deliverable that is required. So we've been, we have worked very hard from the time that we got the project. With RDSO, we have spent hours even before the first drone was taken. We have built a whole series of questionnaires, question answers, gone and spoken to the best of the best in the field, and only then commenced to fly the drone and then get those results verified by the best of your guys. So when you look at that solution, I think Railways needs to pat themselves on the back because it is their people who have driven it. We have just created the means for it to be there, but it is their people detecting it, their people who are there on the field who know exactly the difference between a flashed a flashed insulator versus a normal insulator. So it is that expertise that is going in. So, and also this needs data. So as you take this across and, the ongoing model validation is there because the data that is being used has got to be put into a loop. There will be errors. Those errors need to be fed back. The next time the AI will not make the same error again. So if there's any further information you need from us, I'm sorry this is only, we were time constrained, but if there's any further information, happy to answer it now or there's an email and number there. It can be. Sir.
Hello. Hello. So, that was wonderful. Thanks. My compliment to you. But I have a question. It's posed as much to you as it is to our colleagues from the railway board and the industry. We all appreciate and understand that AI will have a big role to play in making our system more reliable, safer. Today my question is slightly long. Please bear with me, but it's important to convey the context in which I look at things. See, today in the railways, the biggest problem we have is one of capacity. Like I was telling, large number of trains, and the demand is so much, the aspiration is so high that we will be required to many times more number of trains. So all the capacity expansion work that we are planning, those are going to be used, and those are going to be existed in the So what we look forward to is reduction, dramatic reduction in downtime. Downtime could be on account of failure, it could be on account of planned work. And that planned work also means inspection. Inspection obviously is very important because you need to monitor the performance, quality of the equipment that are there, which are making trains run on the system. You talked about use of AI for quality inspection of work inspection and such as that. My question to my colleague from Railway Board also, while we are going to deploy all those technologies which will make our system definitely more reliable and safer, but will it help in reducing the block requirement? It's important because today, out of 24 hours, I talk about 4 hours maintenance time, which is necessary. Yes. My friend from DMRC would appreciate that while he was in the regular railway system, he had to struggle hard to get time for maintenance. But now that he is in DMRC, he knows in the night time he doesn't have to run train, so that assurance is there, he is able to take care of it. But the requirement of downtime on account of plant work would always be there with regard to Indian railway system. My question, probably I am repeating but for the benefit of everyone. Like you were talking about the our patrolman looking upwards and working and in the process damaging his neck and probably claiming some, that is the last of the concern, claiming. But what is important is the work that he is doing. If those work could be done by AI through drone and all those things, can we dispense with the manual work that we are doing? Out of 24 hours, if it is required to give 4 hours or 6 hours for maintenance, that has to be given, so that will be given. But with the advanced technology, use of AI, with use of drone and all these things, can we eliminate or reduce the requirement of block just to see whether a particular equipment requires attention? Because physically requirement would be there and that physical inspection, physical maintenance will be undertaken. But the time that I lose for detecting or for undertaking inspection just to detect defect, will that time be saved so that more number of trains can be?
So you see me smiling, grinning actually at the moment. I am so glad you asked me that question. And my guarantee to you is absolutely. 100% it will reduce. That was one of the conversations that we had when it came to doing this project. So for all the work that we have done for OHE, unless it is a physical requirement by your mandate to say that the drone must fly at this level which is impeding with the train, all the work that we are doing does not require any blocks. It does not require any blocks in any place. The drones, the solutions we are building are for the drones to fly offset of the railway line. Of course, a drone is an equipment. Things can happen to it. So it can kind of, be, let's say, sudden gust of wind or whatever. Like any other flying thing, those are there. So I would only hide behind, we are a company as E-Plane, and I'm saying this on behalf of all the other drone manufacturers, that when you get into an aircraft, you know that if something happens to the engines and everything, you're going to get into trouble. That's for there. But it doesn't mean that the aircrafts are falling out of the sky. So to answer your question, 100% for all of the flying requirements for the OHE project, drones are not required to take any blocks whatsoever.
But for flying drones, we may not be required to take maintenance block. But what I'm saying, the drone-based monitoring system should enable me to do away with the manual block, the manual inspection of the work that we do by presently taking block. How much faith we are going to have on that AI-based monitoring system so that we will do away with the physical monitoring of the system?
I can answer that as well, sir. But again, the data sets available today. So one of our biggest issues when we started this work for RDSO was there weren't data sets available for us to corroborate, to say that let me take this image, let me take this video, break it down into images, and then use it against this millions of data set available in the world which will tell me what this is, what it isn't. This is simply because of the fact we are building that database now. So you will find that as it goes along, as we implement it in a division, as we implement it across, the data set starts to grow and the system becomes as good and as better over a period of time. It's an iterative process. Sir, so Sir has been to Chennai. He has interacted with our team in Chennai, and I think asked very, very hard questions. I was aware of the fact that you were there, sir, but please go right ahead and ask the question.
Sir, let me answer. The perspective, what you said, two questions you have asked. Can I replace my manual inspection and I need to have the block every time for that thing? Two things you have asked. First thing, what is the planning of the railway board? What we are intending to have, and you said you are also part of this system. There is a crystal clarity that there are two aspects. One is the inspection and one is the maintenance. For the inspection need, there is a crystal clarity that we need to reduce the downtime or the block requirement as far as the inspections are concerned. Drone technology, AI technology is the part of that. But it is not the only solution. We can have the system loco-based. So that's why I'm addressing to the gathering here. We can have the loco-based system. We can have the tower car-based system. We can have the drone-based system or any other technology. So, but inspection, probably we need to go to the regime where we will not be requiring downtime or we will not be requiring power blocks. That is very, very clear. Only challenge here is the availability of technology at this moment. This is point number one. Second point is that can we replace, can we 100% replace by the present regime of inspection? Presently we do the footpath, we do the tower car checking, we do the ladder also. So different things we do simultaneously. Can I replace today? Of course, no. Today what is happening, I'll address to E-plane and other vendors also for this aspect. Presently what is happening, sir, there are certain parameters, like these are the 5 parameters which my group control man or the supervisor who is in the on board of the tower wagon or on the locomotive, they are detecting. Presently, those easier things they are able to do by technology. The difficult one, like the crossovers, the difference between height and to reduce the control entanglement, those things, those hard detections we are yet to achieve. So what is happening today, I am doing my foot patrolling also, I am doing my tower car checking also, and I am adding another layer of the technology which is not replacing anything but adding a layer. So today it is not there, but of course we are aspiring to have a system where it is there. Only thing is, industry can throw those solutions, industry can give those more and more different ways. Like I said, locomotive based system people can suggest. We are open for that also. Drone based, of course, it is they have done good work, and in fact, I compliment your system. I have seen in Chennai, they are building those taxis, those
EVTOLs.
Basically, those are heavy-duty drones.
Yeah, manned.
Which can fly even person from here to there. So that kind of wonderful work they are doing. But the last point, what I need to mention, that time also I made to your team very clear that what we are able to achieve today is the easiest one. I need to go for the solution where my supervisor, who is actually doing, will longing for this solution. कि साहब मेरे यहाँ को ड्रोन लगा दीजिए, वो उससे बहुत अच्छा होता है, मेरा काम कम होगा. अभी it is burden to them. So perhaps it is difficult. The data set requirement, the data volume requirement, learning requirement is humongous. But perhaps we need to go that way.
Absolutely right, sir. And crossover, आपने जैसा बोला, you are 100% right. That would be the case for any new technology. You will not get that satisfaction and confidence of that technology till the people who are running it are able to replace it. And crossovers, just to assure you, on the crossover side of it, we have got a solution for crossovers today. You are absolutely right. We need data sets. आपके लोग इतनी जल्दी उसको रिप्लेस कर देते हैं कि हम लोगों के पास में उसको क्रिएट करना पड़ता है क्रॉसओवर्स के इशू को, बिकॉज उसके बिना आपकी लाइंस डाउन हो जाती हैं. तो हम इस वक्त इस लेवल पे हैं कि हमारे को आप अगर वो एक एरिया दे देते हैं जहां क्रॉसओवर ही क्रॉसओवर है, हम आपको नियरली 99% प्लस के को उसके अंदर आपको बता सकते हैं that that's the problem with the crossover. This is an issue. It's cause entanglement. This will happen in using both RGB as well as thermal. I mean, there's a lot of work that has gone in, but I don't take your point away. Is it ready for scale? No. It still needs a whole lot. Thank you so much for your time.
I'll just compliment Mr. Gajan's point of view. Thank you. So actually, presently, as he said, we are aspiring for the crossover locations also, and we are hoping that over the period we'll be able to achieve the success. And presently, for crossover checking, we are using tower wagons. So tower wagon requires line block and power block also. So at least that portion of power block, the traffic, will be hoping that that part of block requirement will be removed.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. निश्चित रूप से एआई जब से आया है हमारे जीवन में बड़े क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन हो गए हैं और हमको बहुत लगता है कि सुविधाजनक है. सही बात है, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ जितना ये सुविधाजनक है उतना ये खतरनाक भी है. ठीक वैसे ही जैसे अग्नि, जितना हमें इससे लाभ होता है, यदि इसको अनकंट्रोल कर दिया जाए तो हम सब जानते हैं कि अग्नि कैसे हमको भस्मसात भी कर देती है, इतनी खतरनाक भी है. तो एआई वाकई समय की मांग है. इसके साथ हम संभल कर चलें और जागरूक रहकर चलें. अभी क्षेत्र में बहुत कुछ किया जाना बाकी है. थैंक यू सर, आपके बहुत ही सुंदर प्रेजेंटेशन रहा और समय की मांग के अनुरूप भी है. और भारतीय रेल न सिर्फ यातायात का साधन है बल्कि ये विश्वास का नाम है, चाहे वो धनी हो या निर्धन. क्योंकि कोई भी व्यक्ति हो बचपन से लेकर बड़े होने तक जीवन में एक न एक बार रेल में जरूर चढ़ता है. तो इतनी हमारे हर जीवन के अंग के साथ जुड़ी हुई है रेल. लेकिन जनसंख्या विस्फोट है, समय की तरक्की के साथ इसके प्रति अपेक्षाएं बढ़ रही हैं और जरूरत बढ़ने के साथ साथ चुनौतियां बढ़ती हैं. चुनौतियां हैं तो समाधान भी हैं. तो इस क्रम में भारतीय रेल और सक्षम वेंडर जब मिलकर एक हो जाते हैं तो एक और एक दो नहीं बल्कि 11 हो जाते हैं. तो आज की वेंडर मीट का एक की ऑब्जेक्टिव, मुख्य उद्देश्य भारतीय रेल के लिए गुणवत्तापूर्ण उत्पादों के विकास और आपूर्ति में इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स की व्यापक भागीदारी को प्रोत्साहित करता है. ठीक वैसे जैसे कॉम्बिनेशन लॉक, अगर चीजों को सही क्रम में रखा जाएगा तभी ताला खुलेगा. कुछ इसी प्रकार है कि सक्षम वेंडर भारतीय रेलवे को तब मिल पाता है जब वो सही प्रक्रिया से गुजर कर आता है. और कई बार वेंडर अप्रूवल प्रोसीजर की सही जानकारी न होने से अक्सर वेंडर्स कब अपने मंजिल तक नहीं पहुंच पाते या देर से पहुंचते हैं, समय और ऊर्जा नष्ट होती है. तो कॉम्बिनेशन लॉक को सही क्रम मिले तो हमारे विकास को नए पंख मिले, सशक्त उड़ान मिले. इसी क्रम में मैं माननीय निदेशक पीआई श्री जितेंद्र सिंह सर से सादर आग्रह करती हूँ, कृपया आप आए और आने वाली कई समस्याओं का समाधान प्रस्तुत करें. कृपया जोरदार तालियों के साथ सर का स्वागत करें.
Respected DG sir, all senior officers from IDSO and from NCRTC, Metro and DFCCL and all the partners from industry. This presentation is not about the new vendors. This presentation is also for the old vendors who have got registered and approved in RDSO in the manual system. Because if you want to do something, changes in your partnership deed, change in the entity, and these features have been added in the unified vendor approval module. So there are certain critical features, how to submit the new applications, how to make further changes in the vendor status. I will deal one by one. Once, for the new vendors, once we decide that I have to apply for a particular item for getting approval in the RDSO, then we have to think about the item, number one, and what is the requirement about STR. STR is all about the requirement of machinery and plant to manufacture that particular item. So machinery and plant, and what is the specification? Specification is all about the testing requirement of that particular product. So the most of the time when I interact with the vendors, their first and foremost query is that, sir, from where I will get this STR? What is the requirement of MNP DNP to manufacture this item? So they want to assess whether they have the manufacturing capability, machinery and plant to manufacture, and then after they want to apply. To have any idea about the STR and spec, there is procedure in the UOM how to get it. And by the way, this can be faced by anyone. Simply you type on the Google UOM. Once you click on this UOM, there will be a tab of item master for approved vendor. Then once you click on the item master, then the window will come out like this. Here you have to enter, suppose you are not aware this item is dealt by RDSO, CRW, BRW. So you have to check one by one. If you are just have awareness that this is the registration is done in RDSO, then you have to fill the RDSO. Then whether this is the electrical item, mechanical item, or single item, then individually department you have to select. Then after the sub department, in electrical there are other department like TI, locomotives. So you have to enter, like in this case, TI we have entered, and number of pages at a time, how many items you can see a particular page, this will be displayed. If you see carefully that in the left side there is word STR, standard technical requirement, and the right side is the specification. So just to click here, you will get the STR and spec both. At the same time, one very important thing, that what is the time you will get in each and every approval stage. I mean, how much time you will get for submission of design, how much time you will get for ITR submission. Everything is codified. It is completely transparent. Once you decided that, yes, I can meet this STR specification, then it comes about that how to get registered on this IRPS, UOM module. So first of all, you have to create an account on this IRPS portal before submitting the applications on the UOM. So you have to go on this IPS website and create your account, just like we create the email account. Then simply you have to create your account. Before going further, there is a certain system requirement like particular Java file that is displayed as system setting and learning center. Learning center, you have all the displayed in pictorial form, how you proceed for further for vendor registration or creation of the account. You have each and every detail there. There is one provision made by the CRISP user manual for new vendors. So how to register, how to create account, that is given in detail. Once you submit the initiate registration account, then you submit from request. Once you create the account, then it comes submission of the vendor application for the interested item. This is the front page or dashboard of any vendor after creation of the account on the IRPS portal. You go and see submit view new request for approval. So you have to submit the request through this portion. Then initiate the new request for fresh approval. Then you have to submit the fresh request. You will ask the item for which you are interested. Now once you have submitted the, you have decided that you are going to submit the application, then before proceeding further, this is important to understand that there are certain requirements of the certain documents that before submitting the application you must have the factory license, MSME certificate if you are claiming the rebate in the registration fees. You must have the ISO certificate, you must have the electricity bill, certain legal documents like that is given in the annexure A1 to A6, TOT, quality assurance plan. If you have the partnership deed, then partnership, they are AOA and MOA. These documents must be ready. Most of the time, what I have seen, that vendor submit the application, but many the time these either factory license is not available, or QP is not available, they submit. Thereafter, this result into the creation of the query. Now, once you have submitted the application, this is all about how we process the application in the RDSO. First stage comes about document scrutiny. Whatever the document you have submitted, we check these documents as per the RDSO ISO procedure. It is complete transparency and objectivity. How to check, how to scrutinize the application. Each and everything is decided. Once the document scrutiny is over, we have found that you have submitted all the mandatory documents. Then it comes about the conducting the factory inspection. We call it capacity cum capability assessment. CCs are about you are verifying the STR. I mean to say whether you have all the MNP TNP as specified in the STR. At the same time, we also check how much capacity you can manufacture per year. Once the CCA stage is over, we found that you have all the MNP TNP, all the processes. Then it's about the design approval. In the design, there are two kinds of systems. Many items in the RDSO have the design, indicative drawing, and many items do not have any drawings. Then the drawings has to be submitted by the vendor, is meeting the specification requirement. Once the design approval is over, then the stage comes about prototype approval. Prototype approval consists of developing the prototype and submission of internal test results. ITR we call it. If we find that whatever the product you have manufactured, it is as per the specification, and your test report, internal test report is meeting the requirement of the specification, we allow for the further type testing. Mostly type testing consists two parts. One is the in-house type testing, which we conduct at firm premises, and another is the third-party type test. Let us take the example of circuit breaker. Circuit breaker consists of two types of testing. One is the in-house testing, where we dielectric test or routine test we carry out. Another is that specialized electrical test, for which the sample has to be sent either as CPRI, NABL lab, or foreign laboratories. We also send the facility is not available in India. After the prototype approval, if there are certain items where the field trial is also mandated, in those items the field trial is also conducted. It may be the duration of the field trial is also defined in the item master, whether it will be 3 months, 6 months. Once the field trial report is available from the journal database where the trial has been carried out, then the approval of the final approval of the firm as developmental comes out. And once the vendor is approved, now he is invested as a developmental vendor, and for becoming the approved vendor, there is performance criteria and quantity restriction that this much quantity you must have supplied before applying for the approved vendor category, and certain service period. Mostly item consists of 6 months to 1 year service period. Thereafter they can apply for the upgradation. This is the overview, summarized view of that you submit the application on the register the reform, and the whole process which I have discussed in the detail is summarized here. One very important thing, that there are certain ISO documents which are applicable while dealing the vendor registration and vendor application processing. These all ISO documents are available on RDSO website, and they are available in the public domain. You simply type in Google RDSO Apex ISO document. Simply this page will open and you can see each and every. Mostly the serial number 6, vendor application processing. For new vendor, this feature is available. They can refer how to proceed, what kind of detailed requirement is mentioned here. One more thing I would like to say, that for existing vendor, there have been many issues that their entity is changed and their status is changed. So previously what used to be happen, that they has to be manually applied. But nowadays the good thing is that the CRIS has made the process in the UAM itself, that you can apply for change of entity, change of vendor status, like suppose the firm was sole proprietorship, later on it converted into company or partnership. So this, as per ISO, the information has to be conveyed to ISO and it has to be approved. But the features is available in the UAM itself, so they can take the advantage of this feature. And most importantly, that whatever the application status you want to see, that is available on the website itself. In the last, what we have seen that vendor are not looking the notification. Suppose you have submitted the reply, I have sent one query from RDSO, approval status. The notifications comes to the registered mobile number. At the same time, it also comes on the email. But many times vendors are not seeing and the given timelines are expired, then after they are approaching for extension of the timeline. So my request is that you regularly see the dashboard of this UAM portal so that you are aware that what is the progress of the application, what is the update regarding that. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
लेकिन किसी की कोई क्वेरी हो तो आप प्रश्न कर सकते हैं.
नहीं भूल आए आज.
If someone has any query related to vendor development, last one.
Sir, if anybody can apply for any item voluntarily,
Yes, just you have to check where you want to apply. If item is dealt in the RDSO or BIW in the respective vendor approving agency, you can apply.
sir, item is being used in railway tunnels.
Railway
tunnels. RLS item. For firefighting system.
Let me tell you, you can apply for vendor registration only on
Vendor
those
firefighting system.
firefighting
system.
No.
I will find.
Let me tell you, you can apply only in those items where the vendor registration is open. And the list of items where we open the registration and we register the vendors is given in the item master. In the first step, I have told you that you can go and see the item master. This will deal how many items, detail of the items, description, specification, star requirement. As of now, firefighting in GAD directed, we are not registering as an independent vendor.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, just I wanted to know from the development source to the developed source. We are supplying the material to the contractors, which goes to the various railways. And now you want the performance certificate from the railways, which is extremely difficult to get the certificate from the railway because we have supplied to the contractor. So what is to be done in that case, because we are not getting the approved source, we are still in the development source.
Very good question. Suppose as a approved vendor you have supplied material to EPC contractor or contractor, not directly to railways. Yes, this becomes a problematic area. But let me tell you how we deal with it. You simply, as a developmental vendor, you want to upgrade, you have supplied the material. You simply inform that I have supplied this much item to EPC contractor. Detail you give the simply detail along with the inspection certificate. Rest detail we ourselves get from General Railways. We write that where the item has been supplied, but all the details we ourselves get. This is my part, we carry out our job.
Okay, thank you. Because if we are doing it but we are not able to successful, that's what I will be.
We will get the performance certificate from General Railways.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other query? Please give the mic.
Yeah, this is not a query.
but this is a brief and quick appreciation for TI Directorate. Mr. Jitendra Kumar and his team has done a wonderful job in the last 3 years. They first permitted and openly accepted that Indian transformer manufacturing companies shall be equally good as outsiders. So, a lot of Indian companies could get established in RDSO approved list or development list for 20 to 25 kV projects. Mr. Jitendra Kumar and his team have been also doing very good improvement, that they improved a lot of document discipline in RDSO, which had somewhat deteriorated because of the gaps. So they have done a wonderful job and they have maintained the speed of approvals also. So anybody having negative feelings about by chance about RDSO vendor approval, kindly remove it. It is an open and transparent atmosphere and they do it quite fast. Many times vendors do not submit documents that perfectly. So they also have a compulsion as per ISO procedures to keep on get it corrected. Even in our own documents, we had some errors which he permitted us even at the later stage to get it corrected because they are document discipline, accountability also. Thank you very much to everybody in TI Directorate. Thank you.
Sir, I just had a query how to apply for plant assessment after UBA.
Pardon? Can you repeat?
Plant assessment.
Plant assessment comes after the satisfactory document scrutiny. And plant assessment procedure, dates, everything is informed on UBA itself. And once the plant assessment is found as per the STR requirement, certain production capacities are assessed by the RDSO, who is so inspecting the firm premises. Accordingly, the clearance for the CCA is being given. Thank you. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही जरूरी और सार्वभौमिक जानकारी रही सबके लिए और हम सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि जिन्होंने अपने विशिष्ट कैरियर के दौरान इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन सिस्टम्स के विकास और मानकीकरण में उल्लेखनीय योगदान दिया है. वे हमारे बीच आज उपस्थित हैं और वे हैं RDSO TI के भूतपूर्व किंतु अपूर्व श्री JN लाल सर. ऊंचे आसमानों की पंछी देते हैं उड़ान, वैसे ही अपनी मेहनत से जिन्होंने छुआ है आसमान, पधारे हुए इस मंच पर सम्मान करती हूँ आदर पूर्वक उन्हें प्रणाम. कृपया जोरदार ताली के साथ सफर चालू कर दें. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
नमस्कार. Respected Sri Prabhas Gansana sir, Director General RDSO, Sri Deenbandhu Singh, Principal Executive Director Traction Installation, all PED of RDSO, all dignitaries, representative of Ministry of Railway, Sri Gajendra sir, representative of various PSUs, our vendor, which I call as a business partner, guests and all our colleagues, friends of RDSO. Good morning everybody. What a delightful day today. I would like to congratulate the Traction Installation Directorate that whatever the Railway Board has sanctioned the project for conversion of 2 into 25 kV AT system on the Golden Quadrilateral as well as heavy density traffic is the outcome of a proposal sent by the Traction Installation Directorate after giving the complete increase in power demand by the railway electrified network from the year 1962 up to 2013. The document was submitted on 1st of November 2013 to Railway Board by the TI Directorate, and the Railway Board has been kind enough to agree to this proposal within 7 days and issue a letter on 7th November 2013. The gist is that when the electrification started, then the power demand was 0.15 megawatt per route kilometer of double line, which has increased to 0.65 megawatt per route kilometer on double line by the year 2013. If the power demand is 1 megawatt per route kilometer of double line in any section, then the 2 into 25 kV is must. It is a thumb rule. And once we have reached to 0.65 by 2013, unless we plan, we could not run the train and wedge will start melting. So certainly today is the day of delightfulness, and at the right time this need was conveyed by the TI Directorate. Sir, at the outset, I extend my gratitude to Sri Prabhas Dansana sir, our Director General. A special thanks to Sri Deembandhu Singh, PVD traction installation, and all the fraternity of RDSO to remember me at this special occasion even after 11.5 years of my retirement. And team is most important. Nothing great was ever done alone, and nothing great can be done alone. One of the principal members of our development team is vendor, which I signify as business partner. Vendor are, kindly remember, vendor are transactional suppliers for providing a specific ground or specific services. We select vendor for state forward task, commodity purpose to have cost-effective product and speedy delivery. Whereas business partner is a strategic, collaborative entity. It shares mutual goal, risk and long-term investment. So, if you look here, the vendors associated with the TI Directorate are really the business partner who tackles the complex problem, a specified domain expertise which requires collaborative team and achieving long-term benefit. Sir, I personally address all the associated vendors as the business partner. Now I will like to recall the history of RDSO a little bit. Just I am going away from the complex subject of maybe the EI or something. This Central Standard Office for Railway was set up at Simla in 1930. Thereafter, after independence, the RDSO, before RDSO, Railway Testing and Research Center was set up here on 1st of September 52. Both was merged and made as a research design and standard organization on 7th March 57. Traction Installation Directorate was set up in 1960. Though the electrification in India on 25 kV started in 1957 December in Rajkaswar Donaposi section, which was commissioned in December 1959. At that time, the electrification was, this directorate was functioning from the Calcutta. Traction and Distribution Maintenance Study Group was set up in 1981, and the first meeting was held on 17th and 18th of March 1981. Sir, I am sorry to say that now the electrification system, we are lagging behind the world. We were not earlier like this. Sir, the first train in the world ran on steam railway, steam engine on in May on 27th of September 1825. And in India, it ran on 16th of April 1853. So we were only 28 years behind. Similarly, the first electric train ran in UK at 600 volt DC in 1985, and we had got the electrification in Bombay on 3rd of February 1925, but at a much higher voltage, 1500 volt DC. In 1895, it was 600 volt DC. In 1925, we got at 1500 volt DC only 30 years later. So 20 years later, the train came, 30 years later, electrification came. But the high-speed train was introduced in Japan in 1964, just before the Olympic. It was on 1st October 1964. But we are running far behind, and today we don't have a high-speed train. But I must thanks to the Railway Board as well as the Ministry of Railway that now they have worked up. Now they have sanctioned a number of electrification projects, and at this juncture we have a number of projects in the line like Bombay, Pune, Pune, Hyderabad, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Chennai, Bangalore, Delhi, Banaras, which will be extended up to Siliguri. About 4,000 kilometers of high-speed network is coming. At the same time, RRTS rapid rail transit system is coming. A lot of development and metro work has been taken in all the cities one by one. So our request to all the business partners are that there are immense scopes are available for the expansion of your team, of your industry. But at the same time, I request the RDSO that kindly have a look on the specification of the European standard EN, IEC, British standards, and a few only of the American standard. Our specifications are only 5 to 7% lower than all the world-based specification I have checked, because I have designed the western corridor of the DFCC right from Delhi to Bombay, and eastern corridor from the Kanpur to the Sonnagar, Khurja to Ludhiana. One was Japani funded project, other was the World Bank funded project, but both having the condition that we should not be only limited to the RDSO specification or Indian specification. It should be open to the global specification. Kindly, while revising our specification, I have a personal request to the RDSO that let us see all the related specifications, and our specification must be best to the world specification. Today I can say that like our relays are the best, and they are competing with the relay standard of the Germany. Now if we come to the see, this is the info of the TI directorate. On that, the TI directorate works, and we all the TI directorate persons have to be proud of our ethos. How the development has started in foundation, see, then a structure. We have insulator development one by one. These slides only give you an insight that how the RDSO has done the innovation research, and a bit by bit has progressed considering the economic or commercial factors in mind. It always something will be very costly. Yes, things are available in the market, we can adopt it. But we are a government organization running with a very heavy populated network, having a little means allotted by the central government. So we have to work within that. See, the force fitting. Before 2013, the force fitting and malleable fitting both with the contract. So contractor were only using the malleable fittings because it was less costly. But 2013, totally malleable fitting were out from the contract and force fitting started. Reason that today the reliability has improved manyfold. This is in the relay side. This is the protocol of the SCADA system. How we have from the 600 Dpps to today we have reached to 2 Mbps. See, now I am coming to the contact line design. The contact line design has three main parameters on which we design. That is, one is the mechanical, these are all mechanical requirements, electrical requirements, and thereafter come the quality requirements. In this quality requirement, we have increased our tension from 1000 to 1200. Now also we are increasing our tension from 1200 to 1500. But in my view, the 1200 tension is sufficient for the Indian Railways till we are running the train up to 200 kmph. If even for up to 250, 1200 will be sufficient. We have to only look into only two items. And that once the report has been sent to the railway board, one is the gradient of the contact wire. Let us make the relative gradient 1 mm and maximum gradient 2 mm, and this can be done in 3 years to the entire Indian Railways. Why I will say 3 years? Because let this work is to be given to the maintenance fellow. And they will only have to change the dropper on need basis. During the 3-year maintenance, entire gradient will be of 2 mm maximum. And the second item is, we have to change the STDR. Yes, there are other parameters also, like in the dynamic criteria, the elasticity and the variation of elasticity also comes into the picture while deciding the speed of the train which will pass under the OHA. But for the percentage variation of elasticity from the bracket to the mid-span, we have to look into the complete bracket arrangement. That is the third instance. But only by changing the STDR with the present bracket, we will be able to get the variation in the elasticity is about 30%, even if it is more in somewhere, and which is suitable for up to 160 kmph of speed by the international standard. The variation in elasticity has to be 20% for the 200 and above speed. For that, I request all the business partners to kindly see the development of the tubes as a aluminium tube or aluminium alloy, so that the weight of the bracket assembly can be reduced. Unless the weight of the bracket assembly reduced, this 20% percentage variation will not be achieved. As far as the Doppler coefficient, reflection coefficient, and the amplification coefficient is concerned, with the 125 catenary and 150 contact for the goods services, and even for the passenger services, 65 107 or 150 is 1200 tension is sufficient to meet. It has been checked up in my paper slightly. See, this is the mid-span elasticity for the 160-200 and the operational speed. Normally, when I go through the various speeds and various tension, then even if you are using 65 and 150 or initially 65 and 107 will also meet the criteria. See, the capillary wire and contact wire cross-section are to keep as small as possible. I am finding that this is not the 100-07. Now we have come to the silver, copper silver, and copper silver we were trying from the much earlier stage, but now the approval is there and the RDSO had issued the instruction. It is very good. Its time constant is very less to come to the normal condition. But it does not mean that will carry more current than the normal 107. But since the time constant is small, so again by the time the second train comes, it comes to the normal temperature or nearby to the normal temperature. Increasing contact wire stress improves. So even with 1200 tension, it is sufficient to carry and all quality parameters are met, because once we go to 1500, there may be that most of the mast and most of the foundation are not suitable and that we have to change it. There will be a lot of expenditure. See, I request that even the Bina Katni I was associated from 1988 to 1994, it was commissioned in 96, the OH is 65107. And if you ask the Bilaspur division as well as Jabalpur division, they will say the 225 kV system is working without any trouble right from 96 to till date. So, once we convert to 225 kV system, our contact wire replacement with 107 kg silver, copper, even with 1000 kg tension and 2 mm gradient, change of only a steady arm, safely it will take the speed of 160 km/h. The space for maximum uplift is already available in our cantilever. Rest will be achieved once we go and make the details. Thank you all, and I hope I have only 3 points or 4 points to mention. Number one, for my business partner, you have an immense now workload coming, scopes are there, but I have one request, which we should not cut short the testing. Once we cut short the testing, our product will not last for longer life. You think that this project, this component is going to be fitted in your house. Thinking that only you plan and then you do the testing of your product. Second point for the RDSO, that kindly think over whether 1500 tension is required for the entire, for the balance project or anywhere where you are applying, because we are not going to run a very high speed train of more than 200 or 250 on the existing track. It will be always on the dedicated track. Third, I would like to say that each and every personnel of our TI directorate are excellent. And TI directorate is doing extremely well. Only a little bit guidance is required. As in a magnetic material, we see that this magnetic properties are there, but all the north and south pole are not aligned. A magnet is required to make a magnetic material to a magnet. Similarly, with a little bit guidance, our TI dielectric is fully capable to have a newer, adopt the new technology. Rest my one request that like DFCCIL, kindly don't follow the path of DFCCIL fully. Till I was senior DE here, I did not approve their proposal for having a different capacity of equipment in different sections. Like there is a from Khurja to your Kanpur, the capacity of 80 is different, transformer is different. Khurja to Bhaupur or Kanpur to Mughal Sarai is different. Then your Rewari to Baroda is different. Baroda to Bombay is different because their main consultant was Japanese, so they were thinking that a small patch as an isolated one. So the contract condition was that. Till date I was on the chair, I was telling that first we do the comprehensive study. Let's like somewhere the capacity of 80 is more, adopt same 80 for all places. Or reduce the distance between the SSP. But once I leave on a contractor of that section, he designs as per his suit will. Later on, interchangeability becomes a problem. So kindly I request the railway board that think over and tell the RDSO that for future 2 into 25 kV, a same type of component, material or equipment are to be used so that it is interchangeable as we were doing in 25 kV AC. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आपके व्यापक और दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व से रेलवे परिवार को निश्चित ही सुनहरे भविष्य को बनाने में बहुत ही योगदान मिलेगा। और अब वक्त है लंच ब्रेक का। साथ ही ये सत्र आरडीएसओ के अधिकारियों और इंडस्ट्री के प्रतिनिधियों के आपस में बातचीत करने, विचारों के आदान प्रदान करने, तकनीकी मुद्दों पर चर्चा करने के साथ साथ भविष्य के सहयोग की संभावनाओं को तलाशने का एक शानदार अवसर भी प्रदान करता है। तो इसका भरपूर लाभ उठाइए। आप सभी से विनम्र अनुरोध है कि कृपया 3 बजे तक यहाँ फिर से एकत्रित हो जाएं ताकि आगे का कार्यक्रम सुचारू रूप से संचालित हो सके। बता दूं कि जो आपका लंच का कार्यक्रम है वो ऑफिसर्स क्लब यहाँ से नजदीकी है, आपको दिशा निर्देश पाठ से मिल जाएगा, वहाँ से आप भोजन करके यहाँ पर आए। थैंक यू एंड एंजॉय योर लंच।
Gracias.
ওখান থেকে অনেক দূর
चलेगा ठीक है मैं एक बार বিল কাটিয়ে দিচ্ছি ও তো রাগ হয় না এমার্জেন্সি চলে তাহলে ভর্তি করে দেয় এই তো কথা ধরে না এমনি তুমি যাও যে রিপোর্টটা দেখো দেখতে কোনো সাইডিং একটা ডকুমেন্ট দিয়ে দেবে দিয়ে দেবে তোমার কাগজটাকে চাই কাগজটা কিন্তু বলো হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে তাই 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 করো তাই করো তাই করো ঠিক আছে তাই করো দরকার নেই ওরা ওটা বলা দরকার
participants are requested to please take their seats.
वेलकम बैक। सारे लोग अपना स्थान ले लीजिए ताकि हम पुनः प्रेजेंटेशन शुरू कर सकें। आशा है भोजन और संवाद दोनों ही आपका सुखद रहा होगा। तो नई ऊर्जा, नए विचार और नई तकनीकी के साथ हम दोपहर की तकनीकी सत्र को पुनः प्रारंभ करते हैं। Every new session brings new possibilities. So in the same, भारत की रीजनल रैपिड ट्रांजिट सिस्टम आधुनिक इंजीनियरिंग और तीव्र गति सुरक्षित परिवहन का उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण है। तो इसी क्रम में मैं श्री टी.एस. परमार सर, जीजीएम इलेक्ट्रिकल, एनसीआरटीसी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि सर वो अपना प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए स्टेज पे आए। श्री परमार सर।
Namaskar, respected TD TI sir, PD Railway Board, Shri Virendra, and my friends from NCRTC and DMRC, other colleagues, other friends from RDSO and all the representatives of the vendors. First of all, I am very grateful to RDSO for having given this opportunity to us to participate in this session, in this gathering, which is a amalgam of different organizations, and we will be learning from each other. And in fact, the morning session was very learning. So this afternoon session, post lunch, will be a bit challenging for me. Anyhow, today we heard from we have a wide spectrum. From one hand, there is National Railways Network of Indian Railways, very, very large, huge. And on other hand, which is operating long distances. Then we have metros, or DMRC representing metros, which is operating within the cities. And we are somewhere in between. We are connecting the regional hubs, like we have just connected our first corridor. We have connected the Delhi city to Delhi, and the line has been just operational from Sai Kalekhan to Modipuram, which is a 82 km long section. So we are a relatively new entrant into the sector. DMR sir has been the Mother Metro for the last more than 20 years, and so we are. So I'll just come to a brief introduction of NCRTC and then about our cost price interaction system and what we need from the industry. So these are the requirements where we expect that the industry should come forward with the new developments and also in the existing products also, improvements in the existing products. So this is of course as it is mentioned here, the NCRPB, they have prioritized 3 corridors connecting Delhi, that is Delhi to Meerut, then Delhi to Karnal and Delhi to Alwar. So the first line has been just made operational and the upcoming section is of course Delhi Karnal. We are somewhere different from metro. Like metro is operating for very short station distances of on the average of 1 to 1.5 kilometers and connecting the various parts of the city. The purpose of the NCRTC, which is executing the Namo Bharat project, that is connecting the regional hubs, and so that a person coming from a nearby, working in Delhi and staying somewhere in a city like Meerut or Sonipat or Panipat should be able to commute to Delhi and go back by evening. So that should be the purpose without having to find a place to stay in a big city like Delhi where the costs are high and of course congestion of the city. These cities are burdened, the roads are burdened, transport network is burdened. So the idea is to decongest these cities and provide a balanced regional economic development. So by having such type of networks, the cities like the surrounding cities will also get opportunities for economic development. And as we have noticed with the commissioning of this first line of Delhi, there is a lot of development across along the route, and we expect more in the coming years. So as I mentioned, so these are obvious reasons, need not be explained much. Everybody here is aware of all this. And of course there is multimodal integration. The Namo Bharat project is integrating with the metro network. We are connected to DMRC stations, Sai Kalekhan, Nizamuddin, Anand Vihar, and New Shobnagar. Similarly, many more stations will be integrated in future, which are mentioned on the right side. And we are also connected to the Indian Railways network at Anand Vihar and also at Sai Kalekhan to the Nizamuddin railway station. And furthermore, metros and ISBTs, airports, that is the idea. So we are complementing Indian Railways and the metro networks, the MRTS network. This is the first line which we have just made operational. The line was opened by the Honorable PM and the last section was opened on 22nd February. Now coming to the power supply and traction system, the system is certified by Independent Safety Assessor, an international agency, and the power supply system, our RSS saving substations, where we draw the supply from the power supply network at 66 kV and above. Presently, of course, we have used GA systems in the 220 kV and 25 kV, 33 kV. Of course, it has the advantage of a reduced footprint. We find that even in the future, we find very difficult to get land. The state authorities, government authorities are very reserved, without giving land. So it is a challenge in the future upcoming projects for all of us. Of course, I did not explain much about the other things, redundancy and all that. And of course, in the SCADA system, we have IEC 61850 communication protocol instead of the traditional RTUs. So this we have used for the 33 kV GS system in the auxiliary substations, which are provided at each station for stepping down the supply from 33 kV to 415 volts. As you most of you must be aware that we supply our station and depots through a 33 kV ring main, which is fed by different series substations along the line. And at the series substation, of course, you are drawing from 66 kV or 220 kV and stepping down to 33 kV for the auxiliary power supply network, and on the other hand, stepping down to 25 kV for the traction system. On which the range trains are run. We have also received IGBC platinum rating for the two of the resilience substation only and 6 stations. Our AC traction system, of course, everybody is familiar, aluminum motor cantilever there, and in this case the tension of the OHG is at 3000 kgf, which is different from the other, from the Indian Railways and also from the MRTS system, from the metro systems. The contact wire, of course, is copper silver. Catenary wire is copper magnesium. These are the and the spring type APDs I have been used. Neutral sections, of course, short neutral sections have been used, and we have rigid overhead system for the underground section, but at one of the stations, in the elevator section also, we have got ROCs at Sky-Kaleka because of the peculiar requirement of our buildings there, so we had to go for the rigid catenary system. We have procured catenary maintenance vehicles which are for operating speed of 110 kmph and design speed of 120 kmph, and this will be integrated with the signaling system. So this is the first time this kind of maintenance vehicle is being provided in the country, and already static tests have already been done with the signaling system, and further dynamic tests will be done. That is the rigid overhead catenary system. Again, this is designed for 180 kmph. Largely it is similar to the MRTS ROCs, but there are some differences because of the speed. Where we don't have we don't have the overlaps. In the regular MRTS system, we have the overlaps. From the in this case, we are providing expansion joints because of the requirement of the operation at the higher speed. And of course, the section splitters have to be used. So, the cantilever assemblies, of course, this is the hinge type connection, which you see at the back side where the drop tube is there, that galvanized vertical tube. And the stand-off bracket, there we have a swivel head. Of course, it is not visible, but it is a spring-loaded swivel head for the adjustment of the vertical movement of the conductor rail. And of course, the stand-off bracket is aerodynamically designed. This, of course, I already mentioned, is the expansion joint on the right side bottom of the slide. Of course, as I mentioned, we can't use the straight overlaps, which we can use in MRTS. We have to go for the sections. Now, of course, I come to the main point where we need the support from our industry here. So that is the various components, and this was the first time we executed a system, this traction system for 180 km design speed and 160 operating speed for both elevated and underground section. So, of course, there are a number of components which have been sourced from the foreign vendors. There we have a lot of scope for indigenization, and Rastogi mentioned in the morning. And so we need two vendors to come up for these items. And also we should have not only one vendor, we should have a number of vendors so that there is a competition, healthy competition, and also the supplies are frequently time dispatched. Because in future the requirements of these items is going to increase. So like this, there are doctor wires, doctor fittings. In fact, adjustable droppers, as Shri Rastogi mentioned in the morning, that is a very useful item which we have also found because it made our work very easy, especially we found problems during the maintenance, operation maintenance phase, where we had to change the droppers for adjustment of the neutral section or the overlaps, burnouts. So there, in the very limited period of the maintenance, if you have to change the fixed length droppers, you have to remove them and try new droppers. Again, you may not get the best fit. So you may require more iterations. You can't go and changing the droppers every time you come for maintenance. So adjustable droppers, they come very handy. Of course, then there is rigid overhead category system where our Indian industry should come up because we are largely dependent on the foreign suppliers of these items. Of course, so naturally this can't have to be a copy and paste item. This has to be there has to be technical development, some technical has to go there, and then the of course development of the product. So all these, so this is a bit long process, of course. Similarly, spring type ATDs are there, which are again are required to develop. I believe some Indian vendor has come as a developmental vendor in the IDSO if I have read some. One vendor is this. Of course, short neutral section, now it is being used even in the Indian Railways, increasingly being used. Section insulators, 25 kV ETs, dry type, which most of the metros are using. Capacity voltage sensors, then front CDs, again they are of course all dry type. Now load brake switches, we also need load brake switches. Like for our tunnels, where we connect the ROCS, it is connected to the switching station through cables, 25 kV cables. So 25 kV cable, suppose it goes faulty, then your ROCS has to shut down. It cannot be operated till the cable is isolated. So you need some isolation at between the connection of the cable and the ROCS system. So that will reduce the time of downtime of the coaching. Of course, that can vary by rending on and contact rending modes. We also need, of course, these things have been discussed in the morning also. Of course, first is the automatic wiring trains for times in bed quality. Right now, we depend on our RRBs, like in the metros. We are dependent on the RRBs, road conveyor vehicles. So these are just is a jugaad, like we say our national jugaad for wiring trains. We need, of course, in the initial days, okay, but now we need to upgrade ourselves and make them better, because we, in the day-to-day use with these people, we find a lot of problems. Either panto will not be okay, your panto, while adjusting the gochi, if you are adjusting this panto, you finish your work and when you run your trains, you find that it's not adjusted properly. The panto reading which you are getting from your RRB, that is not okay. So, and then we need, there has to be a speed of course, execution. That is very important, speed and quality. which we can't get from the existing road cum rail vehicles. Of course, in DFCC they have already used automatic wiring trains for their very long sections, which is very fast, and you can wire both catenary and contacts simultaneously. So since we are operating on the elevated section, which are viaduct, so we have to adapt to that kind of working. There will be some constraints in operating these kind of vehicles. We need to find solutions for the working on the elevator of the viaducts. And again, the automatic wiring is you are again getting sourcing from the foreign vendors where the cost is huge. So ultimately that cost gets translated to the customer has to pay. So here again, our industry and government come up with these solutions. Of course, the second item has been discussed at length in the morning, and some more our OEM friends will be giving presentation in the next session. I would also like to mention that our quality of work, actually it depends not only on the manufactured product. Most of you are all are manufacturers here, developers, manufacturers. So it is, if the product is very good but the execution, the installation is bad, so the quality, the whole, whatever money you spend, whatever your input you have given, so that goes waste. And so we also need good skilled manpower, availability of good skilled manpower. There has to be some mechanism of training the manpower. There has to be structured way of training manpower. Right now what we get the labor is, they get trained with the labor contractors under them. And then they are working, so whatever, we don't know in what way they are trained, some person may be very good, some they may not be uniform quality. So it's and the labor contractor also not able to come up to the expectation when you need huge manpower, when your requirement is there. So ultimately at the end, your execution speed gets hampered by that. So I need not explain much about this. So in this sector also, if some people can think of putting their resources, or it will be a very good contribution for the entire nation. And in the morning, E.D. Railway would mention that he gave such a big picture of the upcoming projects. So there is a huge demand for the execution labor and good contractors. I find that the good labor contractors are very limited, very few. So that is a very enabling factor. And of course, other than this, there are other things also which I not mentioned this side, like there are testing and measurements is an integral part of any system. So the instrumentation, some instruments we still source from the foreign vendors. So our Indian industry also can pay their attention to the good instruments, quality instruments which we can get here. And there are a number of more items which can be explored further. So without taking much more time, so I will again appeal to all of you to please come up in whatever way they can come, and not only in the new modernization fields, that is AI-based condition monitoring system, predictive maintenance, but also in the improvement of the quality of the existing components, existing items. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद सर। आपने आधुनिक ट्रैक्शन, विद्युतीकरण एवं हाई स्पीड के क्षेत्र में एनसीआरटीसी के अनुभवों को बहुत प्रभावशाली ढंग से प्रस्तुत किया। इसी क्रम में मैं नेक्स्ट ओएचई सिस्टम से रिगार्डिंग एक प्रेजेंटेशन है, एडवांसमेंट इन ओएचई फिटिंग्स। द एफिशिएंसी एंड रिलायबिलिटी ऑफ ओएचई सिस्टम largely depend upon the quality and the performance of its fitting. So, in next presentation, I would like to invite Messrs. Mojtafar Private Limited Nashik for this presentation. Please.
Good afternoon. I'm Sanjeev Patil, representing Mazda of India. We are 315-year-old European MNC, established in 1712. We entered into railways in 2018 and dealing more into OHs. Thank you. This was the introduction about Moldova. Now today I will just take you through the advancement in OHs, which is essential. Basically, OH is not a large volume or a large in complete OH system. The cost of OH BTC is very less, but these parts are really important because a failure of a single component or single OH fitting can result into the train halts. So here, yeah, we all know why advancement is essential because of the frequent failures, maintenance, high maintenance costs, high restoration time in case of failure. Reason is our OH system is subjected to high vibration because of the panto movement. And these high vibrations, the kind of product which we have or the quality of the products which we have, we normally face the issues of repair and maintenance. So the products which I am going to cover today, or the topics which I am going to cover today are these. Most of the topics have been covered in the previous and mainly by Rastogi Sir's presentation. The modular cantilever system, spring auto tensioning device, current carrying droppers, the 4 collar sockets, rail earthing clamp, some of the universal clamps, then suspension clamps for high speed, and these are the products. But apart from the products, we also need to see the materials and basically the alloys which we are using to produce the OHE fittings, improvising those in different areas and adoption of the new technologies. Coming to the first cantilevers, basically in conventional cantilever, if we see conventional cantilevers are made of major steel, galvanized steel parts, majorly which are quite heavy. Here are the modular cantilever. The name itself is a modular cantilever, which is really light, made of aluminum alloy, basically high corrosion resistance, high tensile aluminum tubes, and even the castings or the forged parts which are used are of high tensile aluminum, which is heat treated, and because of that, it basically gives a reliable services during even the high speed and what I can say is high vibrations. So advantages are clear that this is easy to install. I will see the advantages in the next slides. If you compare with the conventional cantilever, it is quite lighter in weight, high corrosion resistance, or basically because of the aluminum alloy which we are using, and it really needs a low maintenance. Even in the maintenance, the time required for repair or installation is much easy. It's, what I can say is it's really faster in terms of the adjustments we have to do, any adjustments. Secondly, the design which you are seeing is even suitable for 320 kmph. It is installed in many lines in overseas, and with some modification, of course. So these are the advantages which I was talking about. Easy in installation, maintenance. It needs some monitoring, that obvious, but it is really efficiently transmitting the power, carrying the power, flawless power distribution is there. It's flexible configuration, and the material which is used, as I mentioned, high tensile aluminum tubes and this aluminum alloy which is heat treated. Those are basically high corrosion resistance. So that is one of the issues which we normally face. So with the standard components, interchangeability is also easy. It's lighter and a modular design. The next item is a spring auto tensioning device. Here we use normally pulley systems, 3 pulley or 5 pulley systems in Indian Railways, whereas which is really bulky and quite longer, includes many parts which have a friction and can impact on the efficiency of auto testing properties during the service. So this spring-loaded is really a good solution for that. There are different designs. Our design is with the spiral spring. If you see, helical springs are normally used everywhere, but the spiral springs, because of its torque retention property and efficiency, normally the equipments, like where accuracy is very important, those equipments are made with the spiral springs, like wristwatch. In previous days we were using electronic meters for measuring ammeter, voltmeter, amperage. So all those were constructed with the spiral springs. Our first design was with the helical one. The second generation was again a helical one. Then I guess in 2007 we came with the spiral spring design. This is really compact design which does not require any maintenance. Monitoring is essential. Okay, you just need to monitor the operations and do the adjustment. That's it. Normally, OHE fittings we ask for the service life of 35 years. This product we have tested in Milan University of Polytechnico for simulated service life of 120 years. After 120 years fatigue life, the performance of even the performance was checked and it was really within +6 -4. So overall, basically within 10%, which is really accurate. So this is really a very good solution for some of the critical locations where we cannot use the pulley systems with the counterweights. Okay, these are the advantages which just now I explained. Consistent control on the tension, maintenance free, really compact, lightweight, highly reliable, durable, easy in installation, and reliability point of view, no doubt it's only 120 years and it's with the enhanced safety. You can see some of the photographs, the applications where these are already installed. This product, I guess, around 35,000 units have been installed worldwide in different zones, working from -46 degrees Celsius to +50 degrees Celsius. And talking about the application point of view, you see it can be installed in any of the orientation, horizontal, vertical. So that's the beauty of this product. Inside the tunnels, extreme weather conditions. So and the locations like bottom, this side, if you can see the old bridge where we cannot use the weights. So this spring tensioning device is something, okay, it is expensive as compared to our pulley systems and weights, but this is really safe, reliable, and what I can say, good product to maintain the tension in the OHE, consistent tension in the OHE systems. The next item is current carrying dropper. Like morning, Rastogi sir has mentioned, copying the design is one thing, but ensuring the consistent quality. So, it is very much essential to control the quality and to have the proper product. It's not only the tire testing has been done also. This current carrying dropper, sorry, I forgot to tell you, this spring tensioning devices is installed in DMRC, Nagpur Metro, Mumbai Metro, Pune Metro. So, this is already installed in India even. Talking about current carrying dropper. Current carrying droppers, okay, in our portfolio it's 10 mm square, 25 mm square for RDSO, and 12 mm square for metros. This is really, if you compare with existing dropper system, this is really efficient way to transfer the power and maintain basically the mechanical and electrical requirements of the line. Here it offers really low resistance because it is made of copper and it's a special alloy that is Udisi, what we call it, CuNi2Si, and the fasteners are stainless steel, so rusting issue is not there, and it really offers a better current collection and improved reliability. If you see, there are basically two designs. One is the fixed one. The fixed type design is installed in Nagpur Metro, DFCCL, Mumbai Metro, and the adjustable design is something which we recently developed, and we have successfully tested this design as per EN 5019, including the endurance test with Lafarga cable, with APAR cable, and with the KEC cable. So this design is now we are ready with. Here all the parts are basically, as I said, it's a high grade PVC, plus at times for the higher load it's and with the stainless steel bolts. Next item is 4-pole socket. Ending ones. We all know the ending ones failure issues. Almost frequently ending one failures and that has resulted in the halting of the trains, maintenance, restoration of. Reason is the existing ending cone design. It really, the design I would not say, it needs a skills to install. Even the product is okay, minor error in the installation can lead to the premature failure of the ending cones. And maybe it will work for some months, a year, but later on definitely will have either issue of snapping of the catenary or failure of the cones or slippage. Reason is the installation, the way existing cones are installed. Those needs really careful installation and the skills. So just now sir has mentioned about is the quality of installation. That is very important particularly in items like the existing ending cone design. This is really good solution for that. This kind of solution is also available in transmission line. This works on the wedge finish curve. It locks, just need to insert the cables and it automatically locks. After initial, maybe until the locking, it needs a slight moment of cable cone, but once it is locked, it really offers a good strength in fact the snapping issue of the cable is not there because of the shape or the construction of the cones. It's really easy installation. It doesn't require a skill set for that installations. And this basically includes two materials. One is stainless steel, the bracket is stainless steel, the wedge is stainless steel. The cone is of either it can be of brass or it can be of PVC. And both the metals, these metals have really good mechanical properties. Here we don't need the electrical that necessary, but with PVC it's really good. If you see the advantages of 4-pole socket, it's a big list. But just to tell you, this is really a good product for any terrain and can withstand the vibration and can serve for a longer period. So these are the advantages just now that I told you. Suspension clamps. Here I would just like to mention that we are really proud to be a part of a prestigious project, Mumbai-Ahmedabad Bullet Train project. We are supplying some of the track fittings to them, but talking about OHE, because we have a background of around 75 plus years in transmission lines, we could develop these fittings, these type of insulator strings and the clamps. These are really special clamps suitable for 350 kmph speed. Not only material is also special. And one more important thing is the clamps. The two clamps out of this are produced using the alloy which is really low silicon alloy. It's a 0.2 silicon. And in India, we are the only company who has produced these clamps and successfully tested. All these clamps are even tested for vibration test of 2 billion cycles. Here, Some of the clamps are of aluminum alloy, which are suitable for aluminum conductors. There are aluminum bronze clamps. Again, this bronze is not similar, very similar to RDSO. It's slightly different. And some of the clamps, these clamps are for galvanized high tensile steel ground wire, which are with the armoring. So these, while designing and developing these clamps, the wind force. Normally wind force what we consider is as per the wind zone 55 meter per second square. But here that's not the design parameter. Apart from the working tension and the what I can say, the sag of 70 meters, span of 70 meter, the speed and particularly the speed of bullet train project which will impact when it will be entering in the inside the tunnel. So the impact is the movement of the cables in a high-speed rail. It will generate a pressure of 1850 MPa when inside the tunnels. So to that factor, these clamps are designed. These are like here; those are lightweight clamps, high strength, corrosion resistance, almost maintenance free. So these are the advantages. Some of the clamps definitely here, okay, at the moment we are talking about the tension clamps, but even our suspension clamp, 1160 or 1170, those clamps which we are using in our current RE, my suggestion would be we need to really review the design of those clamps, because there have been an incidence of increased corona and the melting of the catenary cables at certain locations, few locations in the past. So there intentionally I brought this. There are some of the clamps of different types. Each clamp has a different function. Some clamps are really good into the slippage. Some of the clamps are really good for the vibrations. So we can select these clamps based on our application at different locations. So like inside the tunnels, we can have the different clamps. So if you see, another clamp, coronary clamp is really good for the substation or the cables, the conductors which are operated at higher cable lines, the Bunyan clamps, centrally pivoted clamps. Centrally pivoted clamps are used normally for the high vibrations, and HFC clamp is also there. So these are the various clamps. My request to RDSO is we need to also see the clamp design from the change point of view. The next item, which is also covered with Mustafi sir's presentation, the rail earth clamp. Okay, I will not take much of time. This is a really good design. It doesn't require to do any modification in the rail. It can be easily installed, made up of spring steel. Because it is made from the spring steel, it's not galvanized. And first time, I guess, RDSO has given the permission to go away from the galvanization process. In the draft specification, it's a thermal spraying, or even it can be dacrotized. So this is really good portion. It's almost tool free. We need 1 kg hammer, install it and uninstall it with one spanner. So this product will definitely bring lot of reliability in the track. So these are the advantages. No drilling required, easy and quick installation, no risk of damage of the rail. And it is reusable. 30 times more you can reuse it. It's very compact. Importantly, it has a very high short circuit rating. It's 20 kA, which I don't think will be a case in the service. It's this is tested for shock and vibration, which are for the rolling stock. So that point of view, its reliability is very good. Doesn't require any maintenance. Only maintenance maybe in case of hammering, if there is a zinc flake off or peel off, there we need to apply the reflect coat. The next is universal clamps. In existing RDSO drawings, existing systems, we have different type of PG clamps or different cables. This product is already used by in metros. DMRC has this product is also there with DMRC. So universal clamps, basically one clamp can cover and can accommodate 5-6 different type of conductors. So basically inventory, no need to keep the inventory. These clamps are basically made of Kunisi again, which has high tensile and electrical properties. The resistance is, as compared to our clamp, is much lesser. Bolt is stainless steel, so rusting issue is not there. So implementing these clamps is going to be really a good solution in OHE systems. Apart from this, there are even some compression type of clamps which are there. So these are the advantages. One clamp can accommodate multiple conductors, reduce inventory, quick and easy installation, high mechanical strength, high electrical performance, and it's a really cost-effective solution. In the parts, I forgot to cover ROCS and RRCS. But RDS has come up with EOI. This, I guess, in one of the presentations they have covered, ROCS and RRCS is really going to be a good solution for the tunnels, low locations like tunnels. Apart from the products, we also need to see the enhancement or upgradation of the material. Like in rail earth clamp, we have gone for the spring type, spring material, spring alloy. Here at the moment RDSO is using, or even on metros is, we are using only mild steel or medium carbon steel. But there are alloys nowadays available. I'm talking about galvanized steel, which can be easily replaced. Those has a really high mechanical properties, but at the same time it will make the design lighter. Here the components, chances of failure in OHEs are more. So there are alloys which are available, and in transmission line these alloys are regularly now they have started regularizing. Similarly, in case of steel, stainless steel, the highest grade which we use is 316. But there are some austenitic steels even available in the market, which offers a really better performance or better quality. That also we can even think of. And Kunisi is really a best solution which RDSO is now going with as alternative to the aluminum bronze items. If you compare Kunisi with aluminum bronze, not only mechanical but electrically, it's really high performing copper alloy. And the good part is it can be forged and it can be casted even. Because Kunisi is not there, nowadays there are very few suppliers, raw material suppliers, but forged products out of Kunisi, and that too in cold forging, they really offer a very good services in terms of both electrically as well as mechanically. And aluminum, there are not only LM6, but there are certain alloys. ALS IMG 0.6, then LM9, LM25. Certainly these alloys are conductive equally, but offer high resistance, corrosion resistance, but giving more strength. So at the same conductivity level, almost similar conductivity level, better strength with the lighter weights, we can make the OHE fittings. Apart from that, we also need to think of adoption of new production or new technologies like GDC. Currently, most of our products are used by GDC. Here we have LPDC, HPDC. We can go for the pressure castings, maybe low pressure or high pressure, depending on the component. Hot dip galvanization, like thermal spring has been adopted by RDSO. But that should not be the only solution. There are mechanical galvanizing, particularly the spring steels are mechanically galvanized, and those, in fact, dacrotating is the solution. If I compare hot dip galvanization with 1000 GSM coating, can withstand 1000 hours of NST or SST, whereas dacrotizing can, with a 15 micron thickness, just a 15 micron coating thickness, it can withstand 1500 hours of SST. Then some conventional steels, just now we discussed, we should go for the microalloy steels. The conventional cast component, it can be produced, converted into forged components. The standard spring washer, even today we are using the spring washer. Honestly speaking, 3063 was made obsolete by Bureau of Indian Standard long back. And there are new, basically different washers, either rib lock, with ribs, with lock washers. Those are in the market, and those are really bevel washer. those are really giving a good performance in terms of locking. The torque retention quality is much better than the normal spring steel, and failure of spring spring washer is quite often, which is not the case in case of this advanced locking system, which is rip lock, base lock or bevel washer. Manual welding, most of our fabrication is done manually. I can understand robot is not a solution, but cobot is there. There are now new welding techniques which can be adopted to make the product. Welding is a special process wherein output cannot be consistent, but using these techniques we can at least have the assurance that the product is with the uniform quality. When instead of conventional machining, there are CNCs, BMCs, and same is in case of inspection methods. Nowadays I have mentioned CMM, but there are many other techniques which are there. Now we have Ferrom, CMM, but we are going for an inspection by camera. Image will be there in the software. Just we need to put the product. Program is set, but all dimensions are automated. A camera will, and we will get the accurate reading of even 5 microns, 2 microns. The accuracy is almost 1 micron of that. So these techniques we can adopt. So out of this, these are the overall benefits of by adopting the new products, new techniques is the faster installation, lightweight assemblies that can, with the help of that, we can avoid the fatigue failures, which are quite often the case. Modular in design, we can make the products modular, low maintenance will be required, high corrosion resistance. So with these techniques will definitely help us to maintain the OHE for longer line without doing maintenance or with a minor maintenance or rework. That's it from my side. If any questions you can ask. I guess.
Small questions. After this products, if you go back to your presentation, I think first was related to spring type APD. Spring type APD as a manufacturing company, special components, आपको manufacturing करते हैं या you are importing those components and you are assembling here?
Basically, this is a Fristerer product. We acquired Fristerer in 2021.
Manufacturing where?
This product was manufactured first in UK, then in Barcelona, Spain. Now, this year, last year we have started to produce some of the parts of these components and doing inter-company sales to UK and Spain. And with the thought that this product can be produced here under Make in India, now almost 75% of the products have been developed in India, some are under development, and we have kept a target of December 26 to do the type testing and release this product in India. And that product will be fully Make in India, but excluding one part. The spring. For spring, we are still depending on the UK. This is because spring is the heart of a tensioning device, and with lot of experience from the different areas, this process is traced. Replacing that with a new location will not be possible.
Understood. So second question regarding modular cantilever. In your slide, of course, in parliaments and discussions also it comes up those two arguments. One argument is that it is modular, and second argument it requires lesser maintenance. So, vis-a-vis the existing cantilever system, what is modular in this?
Okay, first of all, it's made of completely aluminum.
That is not
Light.
modular.
Okay. No, I'm coming to that.
Light is also not modular thing.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. This is making a lighter weight, but talking about the modularity, these parts are, what I can say, similar parts can be used for the different locations. And
Perhaps I will be interrupting a lot in this answer. My existing cantilever also is like that for the push or pull or stagger this side, that side, whatever those things are there. That is also, and we are getting the rod, here also we are getting the rod as per the design of that particular OHE. So what is modular in that? These questions we are also facing and I am not able to answer, that's why I'm asking.
Your question is really tricky. But here, cutting of the tube is something which we have our own software, which if we get basically when getting the order, we get SOD and LOT of the track.
And that is the precise thing happening with the normal galvanized cantilever also.
This software generates a geometry of each location and we supply the tube lengths location wise in exact lengths with the distances so that seeing that dimensions anyone can easily install. Good thing is installation of this cantilever is really easy. It does not require a really good skill sets.
So installation is modular. It comes with the certain assembly, predefined assembly,
Yeah.
and then you can install easily. And there, perhaps we are doing assembly at the site. That's why it is misnomer is there that it is not modular.
Correct, sir.
But the second question, and perhaps that will be last for you from my side. When it is predefined, it is already designed or cutted in your factory, and it is supplied as per that this thing, then how maintenance is here? That means I am dependent on you to have those parameters fed in and again get those rods supplied for that length.
These parameters after receipt of SOD and LOP, we share.
No, suddenly there is an accident and now the cantilever, 5 cantilevers are broken. I need those cantilevers immediately.
Correct.
Then how to have without those cuttings and other things?
No, here in this case, the full length, maximum implantation in that tube, those full length tubes we supply with for the spare quantities. Normally, we are supplying this to Nagpur Metro, Mumbai Metro, DMRC and CMRL. We have, so far the supplies are there. Here, for the locations which are already there, we supply it for the initial installation. For spares, the tubes with the highest implantation are being supplied. Say for example,
so somebody, cutting short because of paucity of time, so somebody has to actually cut while installing those 1 or 2 cantilevers.
But in case, yes.
Then the basic the assumption that it requires lesser maintenance effort at the time of installation in case of replacement, then perhaps that advantage doesn't appear to. I am not able to convince people that it requires lesser maintenance effort.
It really requires a lesser installation time, but here advantage is I know the location where failure has happened. Just need to open my data. These are the location. My RT, DT and ST is this length. I need to cut, install it. Here we, as the O&M team, does not require to dig the things to do the measurements and all. They have already the location number. With the location number, they can easily have that data, and this can be installed.
Hello. See, there is no difference as you are talking in the today's my conventional working and your work. Only that you have taken my work, and as you are telling, the only 4 parameters is required for cutting a tube for the complete cantilever. Height, implantation, and the encumbrance there. Now, that is why I will give this work to you. I do not know when I am already doing 100 kilometers of job. 100 kilometers that my contractor will cut. I will only purchase the tube. Are you making the tube in India or importing? Please tell me.
See here, EPC, the way EPC works at the open. Okay, I'm not talking about RDSO or IDSO and team. The EPC work. they really struggle to generate this information.
They do not struggle. Please listen. See, you tell me how many components are in my conventional cantilever, vis-a-vis you have already worked out how many components are in your bracket.
Yeah,
let us take the normal tangent track. How many components you have able to reduce that and you come forward.
So number of components are definitely reduced. I guess with the pull and push we compare.
Please tell me objectively in number.
Yeah. So just taking example of push and pull. This cantilever includes 24 to 25 items, whereas in our case those are 32 items, almost 32 items.
Now any item is interchangeable in your bracket assembly?
Yeah.
Which item?
There are two connections which can be interchangeable. We can use between RT-BT in between BT and ART. AST.
BT-RT and BT-ST. These
Yes.
two are can be interchangeable.
Barring that, there is no.
The fasteners are SS or GI or aluminum?
These are SS fasteners for certain connections. At low speed metro, even aluminum fasteners of high strength are used.
Whether tube is manufactured in India?
Yes.
You are manufacturing it?
Yes.
What is the cost implication? Roughly?
Cost, being a technical, I may not be told like.
The only percentage I don't want the integral.
My colleague is here. Abhijit, can you please give me the, maybe help me to answer this question?
Leaving the insulator, I don't want to insulate. And next question, by the time he is working out, next question, can I use the same insulator as a bracket and I stay in this?
No.
Why not?
We can use, but in that case, I'll have to change the connections. And those connections are available.
See, if I am going for modular, then my bracket and stay insulator is to be same. Because today the end fittings are such that I cannot interchange them. Because there also I want the less number of inventory.
Sir, we have the design with the same insulator for ST and BT. We have the design available, but in India, the design which we are supplying at the moment requires two different insulators. We have adopted the Indian culture for Indian business. But tomorrow if I have been asked to supply the fittings for the same insulator, yes, it is possible and these are available.
I request the insulator manufacturer to kindly think over that if such modular cantilever Indian Railway has to adopt, then like other foreign countries, we have to adopt the same insulator for bracket and stay. Now, a stay insulator is a tension insulator, bracket insulator is a compressive insulator, having the same capacity of 5 ton. Whether we can use the same material and test the insulator with the tension as well as in compression, or I have to replace certain amount of mixture of material in composite and porcelain, that to be discussed. I don't have any idea at the moment. Because then if I am using the modular, then it is better to have one type of insulator. Okay, thank you.
Just to, I am not an insulator guy, but being in the industry since last 27 years, this is again a topic which is always associated with us. So here, basically the difference is state tube insulators, those are subjected to compressive load, high compressive load, whereas, bracket tube, and state tube insulators are subjected to high tensile loads. It's not a question of creepage or the electrical properties, but if we combine the compression and tension properties, we can have the same insulator, and these insulators have been developed by some of the European suppliers and used in Germany. In Dojban is the consultant there. So it's not that we don't have.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks, sir.
धन्यवाद सर, आपने अपनी बात को बहुत ही विस्तार के साथ समझाया। और अब हम चलते हैं अगले पड़ाव की ओर। DFCCIL ने विश्व स्तरीय बुनियादी ढांचे, उच्च क्षमता वाले यानी कि हाई कैपेसिटी इलेक्ट्रिक फीड कॉरिडोर और एडवांस मेंटेनेंस प्रैक्टिसेस के माध्यम से भारत में माल परिवहन का अभूतपूर्व कायाकल्प कर दिया है। और मानवीय संदेश देना चाहता हूं, अपनी एक जमीन अपना एक आकाश पैदा कर, अपनी एक जमीन अपना एक आकाश पैदा कर, तू अपने लिए एक नया इतिहास पैदा कर, अपने लिए नया इतिहास पैदा कर। तो ऐसे में आज हमारे बीच श्री रणविजय सर, GGM इलेक्ट्रिकल DFCCI की उपस्थिति हमारे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है। मैं ससम्मान उन्हें आमंत्रित करती हूँ कि वे आए और अपने बहुमूल्य अनुभवों और भविष्य के दृष्टिकोण को साझा करें। कृपया जोरदार ताली के साथ आप उनका स्वागत कर दें। आपकी सृष्टि में जुड़ जाएगी। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। गुड आफ्टरनून। फर्स्ट हाफ के कंपैरिजन में दर्शक तो आधे ही हो गए हैं, दर्शक और श्रोता। फिर भी मुझे लोग जगे हुए दिख रहे हैं, सोए तो नहीं है अभी। Respected senior officers from RDSO, friends from the other PSUs, industry partners, and other friends available in this auditorium. So first of all, I would like to give you a small overview about the DFC, since we are a new entry into the railway transportation. Not that new, but in operation only for last 2-3 years. So with a small video, एक वीडियो लगा लीजिए।
In the 21st century, economic growth is driven by the strength of logistics infrastructure. Conceived in 2005 as a transformational national mission, the Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited, DFCCIL, is redefining freight transportation for one of the world's fastest growing economies. Today, India's dedicated freight corridors are not merely railway lines. They are high-capacity freight arteries powering industrial growth, strengthening supply chains, and accelerating economic integration across the nation. On 31st March 2026, India achieved a defining milestone with the commissioning of the final section between Jawaharlal Nehru Port and Bandarna, completing the entire 1,506 kilometer western dedicated freight corridor. Together with the eastern corridor, DFCCIL now operates 2,843 route kilometers of dedicated freight infrastructure, among the largest heavy-haul rail networks in the world. Purpose-built exclusively for freight movement, the corridor supports trains up to 1.5 kilometers in length, axle loads of 25 tons, and train loads approaching 13,000 tons. Freight trains now operate at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, dramatically improving efficiency, reliability, and turnaround time. Transit between Jawaharlal Nehru Port and the National Capital Region has reduced from over 72 hours to less than 24 hours. In January 2026, DFCCIL established a national benchmark by interchanging a record 907 freight trains with the Indian Railways network in a single day, reflecting exceptional operational capability and coordination. The dedicated freight corridor stands as a landmark example of India's growing engineering and construction capability. Executed across challenging terrain and complex conditions, the project includes iconic infrastructure such as the Kalamboli flyover, hundreds of bridges, and multiple grade separators built with remarkable precision and scale. A defining innovation of the Western Dedicated Freight Corridor is its specially designed 7.54 meter high overhead electrification system, enabling seamless double-stack container operations. among the most advanced heavy haul freight systems globally. Advanced signaling systems, centralized train monitoring, AI-enabled inspection technologies, dedicated freight information system, and modern operations control centers at Prayagraj and Ahmedabad ensure precision-driven and technology-led operations across the network. Though constituting only around 4% of India's rail network, the dedicated freight corridors already carry nearly 13% of the nation's rail freight traffic. The corridors are reducing congestion on conventional rail routes, lowering logistics costs, improving supply chain efficiency, and enabling faster movement of coal, steel, automobiles, food grains, fertilizers, containers, and e-commerce cargo. Integrated with the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, the corridors now form the backbone of a multimodal logistics ecosystem connecting ports, industrial corridors, logistics parks, freight terminals, highways, and manufacturing centers across India. Gati Shakti multimodal cargo terminals being developed across the network are further strengthening last mile connectivity and seamless integration between rail and road transportation. Building on this landmark achievement, India is preparing for the next phase of freight mobility. The proposed 2,150-kilometer east-west dedicated freight corridor connecting Dankuni to Surat will further strengthen connectivity between key manufacturing hubs and major ports. Additional future corridors will continue expanding India's integrated freight network and support the country's long-term economic growth. Behind this transformation stands a modern and future-ready institution. The new corporate headquarters of DFCCIL in Noida reflects the organization's evolution into a technology-driven enterprise focused on innovation, operational excellence, and sustainable growth. From ports to production centers, from industrial corridors to agricultural markets, a new logistics ecosystem is emerging across India, integrated, efficient, sustainable, and future-ready. Today, DFCCIL stands among the defining heavy-haul freight achievements of the modern era. DFCCIL is proud to have hosted the Global Heavy Haul Seminar last year in New Delhi. DFCCIL is not only moving freight efficiently, but making a pivotal contribution in ushering India into Viksit Bharat.
Thank you. We recently held a heavy haul seminar. So this was showcased at that time, and recently only the last leg of the DFCCIL was commissioned. So back to the presentation, the first slide. So this is the project status, as you already saw. We are now 2843 RKM, and in TKM roughly you can multiply it with 2.3 or 2.4. So that much is the TKM, and starting from Delhi to Mumbai and Ludhiana to Sonpur, which will go further up to Calcutta. Basic design features of the DFC. As you can see, there is a comparison between Indian Railway and dedicated freight corridor. The difference is in the height of the freight, width of the stop, which we can carry, the train length. Generally the train length in IR, Indian Railways, is around 700 meters. We will have the double of the length, long haul trains, and the train load, almost double. The design of the axle load is higher than the Indian Railways. As compared to 22.9 ton, it is 25 tons on the track structure and 32.5 tons on the bridge. Predominantly speed would increase to 100 kmph. Average speed as of now which we are currently getting is 45 kmph. It will go up to 50 or even more. Gradient is 1 into 200, traction totally is 2 into 25. Signaling, except for the one section which is also going to be automatic, it is fully automatic. During the construction, the world-class technology has been used, and as we have seen in previous many discussion, what is the world-class technology? It's almost the same thing. We have used the laying of the track by automatic new track machines. Larger MMDs, moving dimensions is being achieved, and the stock height will go up to 7.10 meter. Loop lines 1500 meters. It is, we already have started running double stack container from the Jawaharlal Nehru port. It's a new thing over the Indian Railways to carry double stack. Automatic signaling 2 into 25 kV, as already told. Mechanized construction approach by wiring trains, and DFC adopted the cylindrical foundation for the first time. DFIS system, as we have in the system in the Indian Railways, we have dedicated freight information system for the freight operations. Wagon screening through wild HSW MBIS. Wild is wheel impact load detector, HSW is hot axle, hot wheel detectors, MBIS is machine vision inspection system. These are the screening for the wagon and the other the wagon parts only to detect any kind of the abnormalities. And we have a very good operation control office at Ahmedabad and Prayagraj. I would request all of you may pay a visit to have a look of the world-class operation control. Features of the 2 into 25 kV traction system. Operation of the higher tonnage, it will go up to 10,000 tons. If we use the Scott transformer, then there is no scope left for the unbalancing. Higher spacing between substations, it goes up to 60 kilometers to 70 kilometers. Reduced voltage drop, reduced inductive interference, and I would say again that it is the first time adoption of the 2 into 25 kV at such large scale on the Indian Railways. The contact wire height, as already I just mentioned, that it goes to 7.54 meters. It is on the western corridor. It's not on the eastern corridor, only on the western corridor. OHE features, design speed is 120 kmph. I hope most of you know about these things, since morning we have discussed many a times about the OHE features of the 2 into 25 kV. And there are few things like aerial earth conductor, buried earth conductor, non-invasive rail earth clamp, dropper, current carrying, flexible dropper, modular cantilever, this all already discussed. This thing you can have a look at. EDFC, Eastern Corridor, which is from the Ludhiana to Somnagar, has a contact wire height of 5.8 meter, and western, as I just told, it is 7.54 meter. Implantation is also higher than what is permitted in the Indian Railways. It is minimum is 2.825 meter as per DFC SSOT. These are the ratings of the major equipment. Generally, EDFC has a V connected transformer, WDFC has a WDFC is western, EDFC is eastern. Is having a Scott connected transformer ratings, as you see, the 39 MVA and the 60 MVA. Auto transformer rating on EDFC is 16.5 MVA, on WDFC is 14.3. Contact wire 150 both, but the contact material is different. You can see, and since morning we have been listening about the contact wire material as copper silver. Western corridor adopts the copper tin. Copper tin gives a better better tensile strength as compared to the conductivity. Though I am not advocating for it, it's just a feature I am telling you. There is a slight size difference also in the catenary on both the sides, though the material is same, copper magnesium. 125 square mm is used in the WDFC. Feeder wire remain the same, 288. Aerial wire different on both the corridors. Current carrying dropper is same. Cantilever assembly, we are using modular as well as we are using the Indian Railway, IR modified. Both are being used on the corridors. Auto tensioning device is 3 pulley, 5 pulley, both. Tension is different than the IR, 3000, 2400. Temperature is 100 degree, means temperature rating of the OHE conductor, it is 100 degree as per design. Maximum span is lesser as compared to Indian Railways. So 54 meter on the western corridor and 58 on the eastern corridor. So this should be of interest to the industry partners. These are the items which are being imported or which have been imported. There are certain now, there are developments from the Indian manufacturers also, but I have listed down which all have been imported. Traction transformer from Japan. Similarly, reconnected was from the China. Auto transformer from Japan and China. Traction transformer, again it is Japan. And there is one auto fault locator. It is also coming from the Japan on the western corridor and from South Korea on the eastern corridor. 5 pulley APD from Spain, OHE fittings, Spain. Contact wire from Japan, even China also. Contact wire, catenary wire from Europe, means from many countries in the Europe, and from China also. Lightweight section insulator from Galland, France, and Switzerland is also making it. They also have supplied. So now I come to the opportunities. So in the big letters I have mentioned 2150 RPM of East-West corridor, which has been newly sanctioned in the budget. It will be from the Surat to Danpuri, from the western farthest part of the, not farthest, but western part of the India to the eastern part. So 2150 route kilometer, roughly it will go around 5500 of the track kilometer, and there are full opportunities for the industry partners. This will also go mostly with the yellow book of the FIDIC, the construction, means mostly contract of the design build type, lump sum design build type. And in OHE, I understand that some of these items have already been indigenized as being told in the morning and afternoon session also, but still I have listed. AEW suspension fitting and end clamps, feeder suspension fitting and end clamps, ending cones for feeder, contact and catenary, catenary wire double suspension clamp for 125 square mm, modular cantilever. We are having different designs of the modular cantilever, and we really need that it should be standardized so that there is interchangeability of the parts and fittings. Flexible current carrying dropper 10 square mm. 5 pulley ATD, 3 pulley ATD, bent steady arm, swivel clip, EG clamps and connectors, splices for feeder and AW, rail earth clamps, and even the lightweight emergency mask for high-rise OHE. High-rise OHE is the 7.54 meter OHE. In the power supply side, we are looking for the indigenous auto fault locator. I am told there are 2-3 vendors who are coming up or who have already been approved in the auto fault locator. There are many failures in the battery charger. We also need a vendor for the battery charger, dynamic power factor correction system, which is need to be indigenized. DFCC will provide all kind of support in the indigenization of the items I have mentioned, and there may be few more which maybe we did not mention. So these are the opportunities for the industry partners. With this, I thank you all for your patient listening, and you did not speak. Thank you. If there are any questions about this, yes, please. माइक पहुंचा सकता है तो आप बोल दीजिए. जस्ट इन मिनट थोड़ी सी ऑडिबिलिटी का इशू आ जाएगा.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Rajiv Bhave, Director Vishwas Power Engineering Nagpur. We manufacture transformers for presently 2 into 25 kV system, and previously we used to manufacture for 1 into 25 kV system. With me Mr. Jagveer Singh, Marketing Head, Kanor Electricals, Meerut.
Right.
We made it sure that Indian transformer manufacturing company shall have a definite participation into 2 into 25 kV. But we couldn't get any participation that time into dedicated freight corridor because of the JICA funding rules. We just wish to know whether the East-West corridor will also have a JICA funding or it will be open for Indian manufacturing companies.
Right. Your question is very pertinent. As standing at this juncture, I will not be able to comment upon the funding route because the Indian government may not be able to fund such a huge network cost of the East-West corridor. And but internally we are looking into this aspect that whenever this issue is clear, that who is going to fund either JICA or it will be from the capex of the Indian budget or from the even World Bank, it is not yet clear. But we are kind of internally discussing that we should not be insisted upon purchasing the equipments, wires from those companies which are from the funding countries. So we are trying that, but I cannot sort of give you any guarantee or a promise.
Okay, but the dedicated freight corridor as an organization have any apprehensions about Indian manufacturing companies?
No, I don't think so. When this project came, there were no any approved vendors.
Yeah, I know.
But now vendors are there. That's why we are also insisting because the cost, as I understand, is almost 50%.
Yeah, because I am from Nagpur, quite close to policy makers of the country. I will try to get some say in this matter, right from the funding to the approvals of Indian manufacturing company.
Yes,
Okay,
please,
thank you.
Please do. Thank you so much.
बहुत धन्यवाद सर. कागज में सागर आपने कर दिया और इसी के बाद हमारा अगला प्रेजेंटेशन जो होने जा रहा है, इसके बाद लंच ब्रेक होगा. क्षमा कीजिएगा, टी ब्रेक होगा. जैसे कि आप सब अवगत हैं इस तथ्य से कि भारतीय रेल अपने विद्युतीकरण के क्षेत्र में बहुत तेजी से अपने विस्तार को बढ़ा रही है, विस्तार पे विस्तार कर रही है और ऐसे में विश्वसनीय और उच्च प्रदर्शन वाली हाई परफॉर्मेंस वाली इंसुलेशन प्रणालियों की मांग भी काफी बढ़ गई है. तो ऐसे में मैसर्स मॉडर्न इंसुलेटर्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के प्रतिनिधिगण यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं. कृपया आप यहाँ पर आएं और अपना प्रस्तुतिकरण दें. आप जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत कर दें.
Good afternoon to all. I am Kadisha from Modern Insulator
presentation covers the background of our small background of the company and product being developed with the process, manufacturing process, flowchart, and a small video of the manufacturing process with the testing and material separating to railway, but electrical and mechanical properties and design construction and title routine and acceptance and development made on the testing part on the new insulators as well as the new design being developed. I told my analyst about started in 1985, collaboration in Siemens, Germany. Installed capacity at 26,000 metric ton. This is the single largest plant in all over the world at one location where you can manufacture one of the biggest capacity. With last year turnover it was $69 million and almost 50% is our export in that. Basically we manufacture 4 types of products. One is hollow porcelain insulator for substation, reactor and CTPT application, and solid core insulator from 33 kV to 1200 kV for the bus support disconnector and isolator division and welder, and Larnard insulator from 33 kV to 1200 kV transmission line, and railway traction and as well as locomotive insulator for the electrical traction. Here is the small picture of the insulator where installed. The hollow insulator can manufacture up to 2.7 meters in the length with 650 nanometer dia of the hollow porcelain is diameter up to 5 meters. Solid core insulator we can manufacture 2.3 meters in single piece design and with a stack up to 9 meters for all these bus bar and disconnector application. This is a Larnard insulator where it has been. This is the same insulator what we supplied for Bina substation installed in after the radiation testing done with the power into the power grid facilities. This is the railway insulator what we are supplying to Indian Railways, stair, bracket, maintain, core, section and operating rod insulator. The present approved drawing for this. The major accomplishment what we have said that we are the first manufacturer to tested, manufactured, tested and supplied porcelain Larnard insulator for 63 kilo power arc for the post and power arc and power arc test in mechanical test in KEMA laboratories. Only Indian manufactured design has up to 1200 kV application, and we are the first Indian manufacturer to supply the porcelain Larnard for the HVDC transmission line. We are supplied for NSCTC Chandrapur party line. We are the first HVDC line. And we are also first to manufacture and develop semi-conducting gauge insulator for the export. Actually, it is manufactured by India. Nobody is using it for the US market. It will have a better for severe higher pollution areas where it will have a small leakage current flow into the insulator, so that it will keep the insulator in heated condition so that moisture will not deposit on it. And the insulator manufactured and developed and tested by all porcelain, solid core and railway insulator. This standard salinity level of 224 kg salinity level as per IEC 60507 and 815. And we are supplied export for 6 continents and 60 countries, and we have received 4 consecutive years for the top export award. ISO 9001, 14000, 45000 INS certificate. And this is the manufacturing process, production flow chart, how the insulator is manufactured. The majorly 4 raw materials. One is clay, choline, and feldspar and alumina. Clay is various clays. There is China clay, Mall clay, Vietnam clay, clay. And these all composition, all insulator C130 grade aluminous body. And the composition will change depends on the type of insulator. It will be measured according to the design and do a chemical analysis on the raw material received, and will according to the weight and composition the body will be prepared. We send it to the ball mill. We put it to the ball mill. Ball will be grinded for at least more than 4 hours. After grinding, it will be mixed with the water in the blender. So after blender, uniformity of this mixing has happened, then it will be transferred to the filter where the water will be removed and become a cake, a hard cake. So once after hard cake has been transferred to the pegging machine extrusion to get the round shape pegging, the further turning and shaping of the insulator. Here the moisture content is almost 19%. So if we have to reduce for the further processing, so we are here using the electric drying, using the small flow of current at both the end. After this moisture comes down to 2 to 3% from 19 to 16 or 17%, then it will transfer to the shaping, the CNC controlled lathe machine. All programs, all individual designs are CNC program. According to the program, it will be turned accordingly, depending on the insulator. After turning, again it will go for the intermediate electric drying, where the moisture, again it has been reduced to less than 0.5. Then only we can go for the glazing of the insulator, where we will get the porcelain brown glaze. So once it has become less than 0.5 moisture, then after glazing, then we will put to the firing kiln, where it will be fired between 72 hours to 95 hours, depends on the type of insulator we loaded. At 1245 degrees centigrade, which is slow increase and reduction, both will happen. Then it will go for, after kiln output, when we inspect the material, any rejection is good material will be transferred to the cutting and grinding machine. Remove the bottom and header and footer will be removed depending according to the length of the insulator. Then after inspect the testing, the cutting and grinding will go for the hollow insulator will go for the electrical testing, for the pressure testing of the internal crack is there or not to check that. Then it will go for the assembly with the metal flanges, cap and ball pin. Both side cap are the flanges for the solid core, cap for the railway and long rod insulator. And then it will go for the tensile test for the railways and long rod insulator. And always it will go for the pressure and bending test, and solid core also bending test. Then it will be packaging and laser. And just a small video of the entire process, because how the process is not, I will
India has made spectacular growth in the power sector after independence. Power generation has increased several folds during the last 2 decades and is further to be increased in the future. Expansions are planned for extra high voltage, like 1200 kV system in India. Modern Insulators Limited was set up at Abu Road, Rajasthan by the Modern Group in 1985 in technical collaboration with Siemens, Germany, a world-renowned company in the power sector, for manufacturing of high voltage and extra high voltage luminous porcelain insulators. Modern Group is one of the leading engineering and textile industrial groups in India, which emerged on the corporate scene in 1973. The group, led by Mr. Sachin Rankar, has 4 manufacturing divisions as under Modern Insulators Limited, Modern Dairy Town Limited, Modern Denim Limited, Modern Foundry Iron and Aluminum Metal Castings. The Modern Group has a sales turnover of approximately $100 million. The insulator plant currently has a capacity of 20,000 metric tons per annum. The export turnover exceeds $15 million, which is around 30% of the sales turnover. Modern is an ISO 9001 and ISO 14001 certified company. Modern has the most sophisticated manufacturing plant, with machinery imported from Germany, along with required testing and inspection facilities. Modern also has an in-house R&D setup recognized by Government of India for development of new products and process improvements. Insulators are designed as per various shed profile parameters, which conform to all Indian as well as international standards. Special type shed profiles are also manufactured to meet application of insulators in highly polluted areas. Design and development is done with latest setup and updated through computer-aided designing. Computerized programming is used in CNC machines for turning of insulators. Stringent quality control measures adopted in the entire manufacturing process ensures performance, reliability in service. Solid core station post insulators are used for high voltage disconnecting switches and in substations for bus post applications as well as wave trap supports. High pressure, high strength hollow porcelains are used for SF6 circuit breakers and instrument transformers. Morton manufactures various varieties of 25 kV solid core insulators required for railway electrification. Morton is one of the major suppliers of insulators to Indian Railways. Morton also manufactures long rod insulators for overhead transmission lines, which have distinct advantages over the conventional disc insulators. Morton is the first company in India to introduce the technically superior product for transmission lines and is an innovation in the power sector. Morton has a team of well-experienced, trained technicians and highly qualified engineers who ensure the highest level of quality of luminous porcelain insulators at each and every stage of the manufacturing process to meet the stringent requirements of IS, IEC, ANSI and other national and international standards. The plant receives technical support from many ceramic experts with respect to latest innovations in the ceramic field. Let's take a closer look at the operations. Morton manufactures luminous porcelain insulators with wet process technology. The production process for manufacturing the luminous porcelain starts with a selection of raw materials. The raw materials received from suppliers undergo thorough testing at the in-house laboratory. After approval, the raw material is charged into ball mill, which carries out the grinding with a wet process technology. Liquid material in the form of slurry is prepared by this process. Slurry is filtered through ferrofiltering system to remove iron particles from it and then sent to filter press. High pressure filter presses are installed for cake preparation. These cakes are then transferred to pug mill through belt conveyor. Homogeneous pugs are extruded in high vacuum pug mills for solid core and hollow insulators. Pug electric drying controls moisture content, and online temperature is constantly monitored through data acquisition system in the control room. The pugs are turned in CNC and photoelectric automatic vertical shaping lathes. Greenwares are dried in microprocessor controlled dryers. Dried greenwares are then sent for finishing, glazing and graveling processes. The different glazes are tested in the plant's laboratory through glazing in brown, grey or any other color as per customers' requirements. Glazed wares are fired in PLC controlled, gas and oil fired, auto-operated shuttle kilns with high-speed multi-fuel burners. The firing temperature is about 1230 degrees centigrade. Fired insulators, after unloading from the kilns, are checked thoroughly to eliminate the defective pieces. The assembly is done by high pressure injection method The cement used is of special type, collected from approved suppliers, duly tested for mechanical and other properties and stored properly. Finally, each and every insulator undergoes routine plus special mechanical and electrical tests to comply to customer specifications. Tests include porosity test, ultrasonic test, and routine mechanical test like tensile test on long rod and railway insulators, bending test on solid core post insulators and hollow insulators, and pressure test for hollow insulators. Other type test facilities include temperature cycle test, all mechanical and thermomechanical tests, vibration tests, etc. Metal parts are subjected to galvanizing, chemical and mechanical tests as per standards. As a part of backward integration, Modern has set up its own metal foundry to manufacture SG and aluminum metal parts for captive consumption, as well as to cater to requirements of various different industries. Modern has a dedicated marketing team and an extensive marketing network in India and abroad. Regular buyers of Modern insulators in India are ABB, Alstom, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, Siemens, Crompton Greaves, L&T, Indian Railways, Power Grid Corporation of India, all state electricity boards and various utilities. Modern's valued overseas customers are ABB Group of companies in Sweden, Germany, Russia, Alstom in France, Italy, Russia, and USA. Siemens in Germany, Italy, Brazil, Canada, and US, and many others. Commendable efforts by Modern on export development have brought laurels to the company in the form of export awards from the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, for many consecutive years. Modern takes special care of its employee welfare and competency development by providing internal and external trainings. Modern motivates and recognizes excellent work through rewards and certificates to the teams and individuals. Annual sports activities are conducted wherein all the employees take active part. Modern takes special care for environmental protection and adheres to the pollution requirements. Apart from employee welfare and environmental care, Modern focuses on corporate social responsibility and social welfare by providing academic training to tribal women and children. Financial support is also provided to social services for schools, hospitals, and villages, etc. Modern has a proven track record of quality, reliability, and delivery performance. Milestones and achievements of Modern. First Indian company to design and manufacture long rod insulators for high voltage transmission lines up to 765 kV. First Indian company to design and manufacture long rod and solid core insulators for high voltage application up to 1200 kV. First Indian manufacturer to regularly produce